Good evening, everyone. It's Wednesday, April 20th, 2022. It's 6 p.m. and it's our regular session of the Pacific Grove City Council. I'll ask our city clerk to please give us a roll call.
Mayor Peak,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Here.
Council members Coletti,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
Paduri, Councilmember Paduri,
Here.
Tomlinson. Okay. Okay, showing council members Emilio and Tomlinson absent at this time.
Thank you. I'll turn to Councilmember Smith to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next item is approval of the agenda, and our city manager has informed us that he's removing item 12D from the agenda. That was on housing. I'd like to make a few comments about the agenda before we approve it. First of all, we've had 6 regular meetings this year. Only one meeting have we finished the agenda. It's not an impressive record. And I hope that, and I know we can do better. So I have 2 recommendations. My first recommendation is that we finish our last meeting first by hearing items 11A, 12A, and 12B immediately following the consent agenda. And then I see our city manager has labeled 10 agenda items with action required by 4/20/22. I'm not sure everything that's implied by this statement, but I assume that our city manager is concerned that we will not finish all the agenda tonight, and his concern is well placed. So my second recommendation is to hear those 10 items next. But actually, since 6 of them are on consent, that this could be as few as 3 items, depending on what's pulled from the consent agenda. So with those 2 recommendations, I ask for an approval of an amended agenda.
I can do it, or Councilmember McAdams could do it.
Oh, actually, just I wanted to make a comment, but go ahead. I'll second your.
Oh, yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda in the fashion described by the mayor. I don't want to go through all those points again.
And
Pro Tem.
I'm happy to second that. And then I would like a discussion on the motion.
Please.
Great. Thank you for this. I did want to say that in the agenda setting meetings that I attend with the city manager and city attorney, I actually requested that he add on our agenda items that need to be addressed in a timely
Okay.
fashion. So that way, whether at 8 p.m. or on our break, we can redo the agenda then, or at the top of the meeting like we are now. Either way, the public and the council, we're privy to what needs to be addressed this evening. So I did request that, and I thank the city manager for doing that. It's very helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
I'm okay with all of that, except I think there are obviously going to be circumstances where we're not going to get to the action required items. And I think there's also it's subjective quality to the action required items in some respects. So I think we have to just be a little bit flexible, but I'm happy to understand that staff has concerns and we'll take those into account.
Right. Without further discussion, could we have a roll call vote, please, on the amended agenda?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Council members Tomlinson, Coletti,
Aye.
Paduri,
Aye.
motion carries 5-0-2. Councilmember Emilio and Tomlinson absent.
Thank you. We're now on to council and staff announcements, and we'll start with our city attorney with closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council did meet to consider the two items that were on the closed session calendar, negotiations with the Police Officers Association, and also one matter of pending litigation. As to both items, the council provided general direction to staff, council, and negotiators, but no specific reportable action was taken. That concludes my report.
And Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Mayor, Chief Madelon has two brief announcements.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city staff, and members of the community. Just two quick announcements. One is I'm excited to announce that we started our first Youth Police Academy yesterday. We have 8 cadets, and they'll be learning everything that we do all in the police department, from investigations to motor vehicle stops, radar, search and rescue, property and evidence investigations. I think I said that already. And so I wanted to thank SRO Hanks for developing the program, and he'll be with them every step of the way, and the rest of the team that will be participating for the whole 5-week process. The second announcement I have is we're holding a Shred Med event, which is going to be on April 30th. That's Saturday at the Meals on Wheels Community Center, 700 Jewel Avenue, which is formerly Sally Griffith Center, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. So you can bring 2 bankers boxes per person, and the meds have to either be in their package or emptied into a Ziploc bag, and no needles. So we strongly encourage everybody to participate in that and get prescription drugs out of your home to avoid anyone overdosing on those things. This coincides with the National Drug Take Back Program from the DEA, which is held biannually. And I want to thank PST Bassanisi and PST Flores for putting this together and working on this so hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey, any other staff announcements?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to cue off of that last announcement. I'll put my Monterey Regional Waste Management Director hat on. And my understanding is that flushing pills down the toilet is not good because it can enter the environment, go out into the bay. That's not healthy for our fish or wildlife. I had a second announcement. We have a city volunteer luncheon at this Friday at 11:30 at Chautauqua Hall. You should have, as a city volunteer, you should have received an invitation from Amy Colony. I hope we will see you there. Any other announcements? Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. There are lots of Earth Day celebrations planned this coming weekend, including here in Pacific Grove. The Pacific Grove Community Garden invites the community to join them for their 10th anniversary celebration from noon to 2 p.m. on April 24th. Honor Earth Day and the 10th anniversary. The community garden is located at 210 Ridge Road, which is near Lighthouse Avenue behind the Pacific Grove Adult School. For a list of all the events happening in all of our communities, you can go to sustainablemontereycounty.org. Also, April 30th at 6 p.m. at Chautauqua Hall will be a community talk, Stop AAPI Hate, the Point Ohloni's Chinese Fishing Village and Intergenerational Trauma, led by Russell Zhuang, PhD from San Francisco State. He's also a Fishing Village descendant and the co-founder of the Stop Asian Hate movement. The talk focuses on the Pacific Grove Point Ohloni's Fishing Village and its destruction in the tragic fire in 1906 after 53 years of existence. Thank you.
Right, with that, we'll now go to general public comment. I'll announce we've got 4 members of the public here. Thank you for being here in person. And so if you'd please come to the podium, and then we'll take public comment on Zoom. And how many participants do we have on Zoom, Ms. Kendall?
We have 17 attendees on the attendee side of the
All
public
right,
side.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you. Peter Mountier, Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to just briefly announce that the Chamber will be hosting the 63rd Annual Good Old Days celebration in just under 3 weeks on May 7th and 8th, Saturday and Sunday. The event will return in full splendor and style as it has been conducted in previous years. We'll have over 25 food vendors, over 150 arts and crafts vendors, all selling handmade items. Many are returning from the 2019 event or earlier, and some have been with us for many, many years. Additionally, we have some 40+ bands and shows, including headliner Moon Alice, other notables like Stu Hayden, Samba Legal, Johnny Tsunami, and Roland Tumblin. They've been with us for many years as well. The youth dance stage and the Latin dance stage are also returning for the event, along with the popular Kids Firefighter Challenge. This time it will be held on Saturday, the 7th of May. Typically it was held on Sunday. We also got the pancake breakfast from the Kiwanis Club on Saturday. The event will open with the Rotary Club Parade at 10 a.m. The quilt show will be occurring concurrently all weekend. There are several beer and wine gardens, and carnival rides down by the post office will be returning for this event as well. As always, the Good Old Days is admission free and occurs all weekend until 5 o'clock on Sunday. It's been 3 years since our last celebration in 2019, and we are so excited to share it with everyone this year. A full lineup and details can be found on our website at pacificgrove.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. My name is Vincent Tumanello. I'm a Pacific Grove resident, and I'm very impressed. The last time I was here, we had a little stoplight type thing with a yellow and red and green light. Now I'm just see all of these beautiful computer screens. So how do I know when my time is? Oh, little clock here. Is that what it is? No yellow light? Okay. Okay, thanks. I was a little disappointed coming today. I guess this is the trend nowadays. Everyone expects you to print your bank statement, your social security information, your city agenda. I think it's nice if you have some copies out there. It was always the tradition for, I don't know, decades. And, you know, as far as banks go, I always tell my broker, I say, okay, you want me to go online for all my statements? What's going to happen when Russia hacks? If you watch 60 Minutes, they even did a special on that. What's going to happen when Russia hacks, you know, the internet? And then where are you going to have your proof that you even have a bank account, let alone how much you have, or a city business too? So please be aware of that. Okay, I'm glad you pulled the item about the housing, because that's what I wanted to comment on originally, but since it was on the agenda, I was going to forego that. Personally, I was here when I think it was Mayor Fisher, he was on the council at least, and I remember his statement that we need low-income housing for seniors. And so they built that beautiful facility down by the Sally Griffith Center. I don't know if any of you were at that meeting. And there were people from the neighborhood down there who were opposed to it because they thought it was going to clog the streets with parking and so on and so forth. And the whole object of the presentation by the then city council and manager was that this was going to be, we need to have housing for our local low-income seniors. And well, you know, you can't really argue with that because there were a lot of them who came to the meetings in those days. And you may remember some of them, the Hergott sisters and a lot of others. And not that they were low income, but I'm not really sure I can be in favor of so-called homeless or low-income housing when I think it attracts a lot of people from out of town, which is what happened with the Sally Griffith. I don't know how few locals are actually in there, but every time I meet a nice lady or gentleman who's living there, oh, I'm from Fresno, I'm from Nevada, I'm from Indianapolis, and they're living in our, what was supposed to be low-income housing for our local seniors. Now, I hope that doesn't happen with low-income housing for homeless if it goes that way. And by the way, I hope you will fight back at the state mandate that comes, I see in the paper that we have to build 1,100 units in 8 years, something like that. Don't just swallow the pill, oppose it. I would wish that you would oppose that and not go along with it. Is this my 6 seconds left?
Yes.
Okay, and there's no red light. Okay. Thank you for letting me speak. Oh, it's nice to be at the meetings again.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? All right, seeing none here in chambers. Do we have anyone on Zoom wishing to speak?
We do, sir. We'll start with Carmelita Garcia.
Welcome.
Okay, here I am. Hi, thank you all for your service. And I want to give a shout out to Public Works and the staff that have once again brought us our beautiful magic carpet. I took my dogs Bo and Scruffy down there this evening for a very, very lovely walk, and it's just absolutely beautiful. So everyone, please make it a point to go down there and enjoy it. It's just gorgeous. Also, I'd like everyone to know that the fawns are being born. There are 2 sets that have safe places where they can grow and hopefully not be harmed. And so I just want to let everyone know that, and to be careful when driving, especially in the dark. And if you are able to get the channel PBS, I would encourage you to watch a documentary. It's called The Quiet Life of the Deer. Absolutely fascinating. I could not believe what I learned. It's just an incredible documentary to watch. So with that, thank you very much for being here. And I hope the weather continues, and looking forward to the good old days. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Debbie Black.
Welcome.
Good evening. In my opinion, if the money, the 1.8 million should go anywhere, it should go to the children and our rec program in Pacific Grove. The restaurant, city services, maintenance, and employees have not suffered. Our children have suffered as their families. We offer no child care centers in Pacific Grove or free rec programs during the summer or school breaks for our youth of Pacific Grove. Families in Pacific Grove pay an average of $1,200 to $1,500 per month for child care when they can find child care. During the summer months, parents still go to work and need child care or rec programs. On the average, the city charges $180 per week for a rec program. As a child growing up in Pacific Grove, the rec programs were provided at each public park with rec department employees, and it was free. It was a Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We had the best rec leaders. Some still live in our town. Where is the support for our children in Pacific Grove? We talk about affordable housing. However, many families can afford the rent. However, they can't find childcare, and if they do, it's very costly. I would encourage the City Council, before they consider their own needs for an increase in pay and discuss their childcare needs, that they consider their own childcare needs, that they consider our residents that support this community through the property taxes and sales taxes. And I would just like to add that the previous caller called in about the magic carpet. It does look beautiful. However, I think it's important that the city know that through COVID, 18 months, we used 18 million gallons of Cal-Am water to water primarily the ocean front. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani.
Welcome.
Thank you. As many in the community are aware, the Federal General Services Administration, the GSA, completed its auction of the NOAA property on April 13th. The winning bid was $4.8 million, with the high bidder entering into the bidding on the last day of the auction. The final terms of the sale will be negotiated during the next several weeks. It's very disappointing that all the efforts to terminate the auction through appropriate political channels failed, despite the strong efforts of Congressman Jimmy Panetta and former Congressman Sam Farr, and with the support of the City Council's resolutions. The Public Buildings Reform Board, PBRB, failed to engage with local stakeholders as legally required when it recommended inclusion of the NOAA property in the portfolio of high-value properties to be sold through the Federal Asset Sale Transfer Act, or FASTA. And furthermore, the PBRB issued a report in December 2021 explicitly stating that the Pacific Road property does not meet its evaluation criteria for a high-value property, particularly considering that PG's local coastal program does not permit commercial or residential uses for the property. It's only to be used for marine research and educational purposes. Coastal Commission staff firmly reminded the GSA twice in the last month or so about the severe land use restrictions upon which their negative declaration was conditioned. GSA had instead advertised it misleadingly and continued to do so. PBRB and the Office of Management and Budget have been unwilling so far to exercise their authority to disapprove the sale of the Pacific Road property. However, the Coast team, supporting a Center for Ocean Art, Science, and Technology, is not giving up and will now pursue their legal options, believing there's a strong case for terminating the sale by seeking an injunction in federal district court. The City Council's efforts to save the NOAA property for the benefit of our community have been much appreciated, and I hope the city will lend its name to legal action to prevent the GSA from completing its sale of the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see no other hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then we'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there anyone from council wishing to pull an item from the consent agenda? Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to pull the item per se, but I do have two comments. I wanted to welcome Captain and Stoker to Pacific Grove and thank Kelsey Richmond for her service and appointment to the EDC. And then with regards to the removal of library fines and forgiveness of current outstanding overdue fines, this puts our library in line with the Monterey County Free Libraries and is an additional step towards equity and access. And I'd also like to thank the library staff for their collaboration with me on this item. Thank you.
All right, not seeing anyone from council wishing to pull a consent agenda item. Is there anyone from the public wishing to do so?
I see no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to approve the consent agenda, Your Honor.
Second.
A roll call vote, please. That was
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
aye.
Councilmembers Tomlinson,
Aye.
Baduri.
Aye.
And Coletti.
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Emilio absent.
Okay, very quickly, what we've just done, we've approved council minutes from April 6th. We have approved a resolution of an intention to levy an assessment for the Downtown Business Improvement District for the next fiscal year. And the same for the Hospitality Improvement District. We have held the second reading and adopted an ordinance regarding regarding military equipment used by the police. That's Code Section 11.45. We've also held a second reading and adopted the amended fiscal budget for this year, 21-22. We've received reports on the check register for March and the core revenue for March, and from Councilmember Emilio, the Monterey Salinas Transit Board minutes also for March. We've received a report on local emergency actions by the city manager from Ms. Hallaby. We have authorized an agreement with Graham Contractors for crack and Surrey projects. And let's see, we've approved installation of a California Coastal Trail emblem at Lovers Point. And we have removed library fines and forgiven outstanding library fines. And we've appointed Kelsey Richmond to the Economic Development Commission and received minutes from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force from February. A lot of items on the consent agenda. And so now that brings us to item 11A. Mr. Harvey. That is the water wait list item. It doesn't say water wait list, but that's what it entails.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Ms. Hunter is going to be delivering this report this evening.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council and public. I don't have a complete presentation on this, as it was a second read on the consent agenda for the April 6th meeting of the council, and it was pulled from the consent agenda. So I am here to try to answer any questions that you might have, but I don't have a full presentation at this time.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Ms. Kendall? It looks like we do. I'll start with the audience. Sorry, I'm more out of practice. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Mr. Harvey, Mr. Laredo, Ms. Kendall. My name is Don Murphy. I'm lucky enough to be on your planning commission, but I'm speaking tonight just as a resident because your planning commission has not discussed this item. You're trying to amend the zoning code. In the zoning code is a section 2384 that spells out in clear English how you can amend the zoning code. And I've read it multiple times. I'm not an attorney, but I do understand English. And it says to amend the zoning code, you the council, can initiate an amendment as the planning commission can. But in either case, an amendment has to be considered by the planning commission. And then the planning commission makes a recommendation to you. At that point, you don't have to follow the recommendation. You can, whatever the planning commission recommends, you can agree with it or not agree with it. But I don't think you can do this on your own without taking this step. I've written to you all at least twice on this topic, and I talked to our council liaison. I think I talked to the mayor about it. And I guess I'm perplexed that you are continuing down this path. I did speak to Mr. Laredo about it. I'll let him speak for himself, but I think I'd be very surprised if he disagreed with my interpretation of the code. It's a minor amendment. I understand that, but the code doesn't differentiate between a minor amendment or a major amendment. It says the planning commission has to be involved. Why do I care? Well, I think it's important that public officials follow the law, particularly with our zoning code. We ask the public to follow it all the time, and we penalize people when they don't. And more importantly, you took an oath to follow the law. So again, many items reasonable people can disagree about, but this one, unless I'm missing something, I don't think you can do this tonight. And I know a city council doesn't like residents to get up and say, hey, you can't do that, but I don't think you can. So thank you. And I would recommend that you send this amendment to the planning commission so we can discuss it. And my sense is we'll send it right back to you and you can do with it what you want to, but I don't think you can do it this way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
No, sir, I see no hands raised.
Okay, well, since I'm the one that pulled that, I guess I'm going to talk. Actually, Mr. Murphy's point wasn't the reason I had pulled it, but let's put our city attorney on the spot and ask for his counsel on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I cannot dispute Mr. Murphy's comments, but I do have to say that I believe that the council does have the authority. In this instance, this amendment, that while it is proposed to exist within the zoning code, it doesn't affect zoning. It doesn't affect planning. It affects the timing for the validity of a development permit that is directly tied to the water waste list, wait list that's described in a different section of the municipal code. So the fact that this language is proposed for the purposes of convenience to be in chapter 23, it could equally well have been in chapter 11, and therefore would not have, Mr. Murphy's comments would not be germane. So I believe that you have the discretion to adopt this on second reading, because again, this does not implement a zoning or planning topic. It affects the time limit of validity. And in the alternative, you could direct that this change be made to chapter 11.68 of the code and sidestep this issue. I don't believe that's required, but you do have options.
Thank you very much. Well, and I also thank Mr. Murphy for pointing this out that, in fact, I'm going to be speaking later on about the need for city council to adhere to our own city code. So I understand the basis for his comments and his concern, and it does make me a bit uneasy about the process, to say the least. Maybe to muddy things. So I'm going to wait to hear from my colleagues on this one. I'm going to, though, bring up a different topic, which was why I pulled it in the first place. No, this this particular issue, I think we had 3 meetings on this, and we changed from the draft to the first read. We changed it, I think, at the very last minute, sort of as the paper was being rushed out to a vote, we changed it. So there's been a little bit of sausage making with this, but as long as it comes out right, that's okay with me. So I look at my understanding is that this from the agenda report, which is very clear, that there's 2 sections where where there's additional language put in. And the first section is a whereas. It's sort of at the next to the last whereas, a long list of them. And it says the ordinance only applies to 4 properties on the water wait list. And I'm thinking about it. We plan to refund the money that the property owners on these 4 property owners paid to keep their licenses current. So that puts us, if we give them back the money, which I think we're going to, that puts them in a similar status of the other 7, which didn't put up money and keep their license current. So why are we just extending the permits for these 4 folks at the same time we're refunding their money? So I would like to, so I recommend we go ahead and extend the permits for 10 years for all 11 properties currently on the water wait list. I think that is the only fair way to handle it. And when I look at the language, it's on the second page of the agenda report. I think that's fine. It doesn't need any change, but the whereas needs to go from 11 properties, and it lists the addresses. Need to go from 4 properties and lists the address to 11 properties and the address. And and omit the phrase that have active planning permits. So that's my recommendation. Would like to hear council's thoughts. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess I would say this is a good catch. My understanding was that all 11 properties on the water waiting list, and we can ask Allison, but it was always intended for all 11 properties to have the ability to have the extension. But there was only 4 that would fall under the payback. So if changing the language, maybe it was an oversight and we can adjust that'd be a great catch. As to the issue that Mr. Murphy brought up, just moving it to section 11, if Mr. Laredo says that, makes us follow our own code more accurately, I think that we can ask to do that tonight as well. So my question is to Ms. Hunter, do you see any issue with either of those things?
Thank you, Member Tomlinson. Actually, the 4 properties that are referenced in this draft ordinance are the only 4 properties that still have active architectural permits that are on the water wait list. So they're the only ones who are able to be extended further. So that's why these 4 are listed here.
So the other 7 who did not pay to extend them, they're out of, they're expired.
They are expired, correct.
And are they expired only because they didn't pay or for other
No,
reasons?
through the mayor, council member Tomlinson, they have either gone through all of the extensions that were previously allowed. So architectural permits, as noted, are only allowed to be extended for 2 one-year permit extensions. So the other ones that have expired have either exhausted those extensions or, for other reasons, they have expired.
And have you heard from any of the other 7 property owners about this issue over the last year or so that we've been talking about it?
I don't believe so. Again, planner Laurel O'Halloran has really been taking the lead on this. I don't believe that she's been hearing from the other owners on this issue.
Okay, I guess it's hard to authorize a further extension to something that's already expired and no one's asking for it. So maybe that's a good enough explanation. It is for me at least. Do you have any issue with moving this to section 11 of the code so that we don't violate our zoning rules?
I don't. However, it will require renoticing and a kind of starting this process over again because it will require new legal ad and reference to the new code section, but that's doable.
Okay. I guess I could go either way. I'm going to lean on Mr. Laredo's recommendation strongly for keeping us legally sound. So thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Tomlinson. I'm open to either putting this in 11 or I would be fine to kick it to the Planning Commission. I am a process person and I think it's important that we have integrity and follow the law as we ask our residents to do so. And I'm happy to, have the Planning Commission look at this. And it still sounds like we're still kind of making the sausage. So perhaps they could refine it and we'll get this right.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we've taken a few bites of the apple on this one. And as I recall, one of the provisions that we were going to add was that no more additions can be made to the water wait list. Is that found in this ordinance? I don't see it.
Through the mayor, I don't believe that is reflected in this ordinance, but I am noticing that the water wait list has been removed from the fee schedule. So that is, in a sense, removing the ability to be added to the water wait list.
If I can ask the city attorney to chime in on that.
I don't believe that's part of this ordinance.
Do you think we are protected as far as not being able either intentionally or accidentally to add someone to the water wait list just by it not being on the fee schedule?
I could chime in here. If we don't have a fee, we don't know what to charge.
Yeah, well, hypothetically, that's true. I was asking the city attorney.
I'm not prepared to answer that question.
Okay.
I would have to take a closer look at the water wait list.
It's always better to have it explicit instead of inferred. So I'd like to see that added if we're going to do this. I'm not so sure if my reading of 23.84.020, which is the initiation of amendments to the zoning code. Subsection A says the council by a resolution or of attention can modify. So I understand Commissioner Murphy's concern. I don't think we are explicitly prohibited. So that's my opinion. So, and I think we can just agree to disagree on this one, but as far as getting additions to the water wait list, that's something council directed. And I just want to make sure that gets implemented. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I mean, I don't know what the staff's kind of comment about. These are already expired, can't be extended. I'd be fine with going with the mayor's suggestion. If that's what he's still thinking. And then adding on, having Mr. Laredo add on the water wait or the limitation section on, somewhere in there, maybe a third or a section E, subdivision E in section 2. So if it pleases the council, I would make that motion and see if I get a second.
I'll second.
Okay, all right, I know we got Councilmember Pedori, haven't forgotten you. Let's repeat the motion, though.
Well, I'm not sure I actually stated the motion
So
super
let's
clearly.
let's
but,
state the motion.
Yeah, so to repeat it would actually not be, it wouldn't happen, couldn't happen. So I think I'm making a motion that we hold the second reading and adopt an ordinance amending chapter 23.73.050 of the Pacific Grove Municipal Code. And also I would say excise the language in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas stating as a result, there are 7 expired permits on the WWL. I would probably take that out if we're going to do this.
Yeah.
And then I would amend the language in the 10th, whereas stating 4, I would interlineate 11 properties and then add those addresses in an amendment. And then direct the city attorney to add language relating to the limitation on the water wait list. Everybody okay with that?
Do I hear a second?
I'm not gonna second that because I actually don't agree with making it 11 properties after what I heard from Miss Hunter. So
Okay.
unless someone can explain it differently.
I know I'm going to just keep the motion and wait for a second.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor and a second. Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of moving forward with the motion as is. I wanted to ask a question. When the water wait list actually did transpire, was there an ordinance created to create the water list? Because if it was, then I think we should have language in there here to say we need to remove the water wait list. But if it's not, I'm good with just the fee change. I mean, if the fee is no longer reflective, then technically we can't add anybody to the water wait list. So does anybody know if there was something language created to create a water list wait list?
Let's hear from our city attorney on that, please.
Chapter 11.68 Water Distribution Regulations does address the water waste wait list.
And in your opinion, then, if that chapter has a reference to water wait list, should we be amending or revisiting that particular section to remove any water wait list language?
Yeah, as I understood the motion made by Mr. Smith, that there would be adding language to sunset new additions to the water wait list. And my understanding is that that should properly go into chapter 11.68. And I would assume that the direction that was provided would provide that to be inserted into this ordinance.
Okay, so maybe then I need to hear again what Councilmember Smith is stating. Because being that this does not change the zoning, I think we can move forward with the recommendation as is with the additions. So Councilmember Smith, perhaps you can restate it. And I also wanted to note that it's only for the 4 properties because we do not want to introduce 11 properties now.
Councilmember Smith.
I don't feel the need to restate the motion. I've already stated it, I think, twice, but if I mean, it sounds like discussion on the motion. I'd be happy to hear more comments about this 4 versus 11 thing. As far as the city attorney's direction or comments about the 11 section, that's going to be if we add that to the ordinance, I would think then we're going to have a new section of 11.68 in the ordinance as well. And if we can do that, then I would then bifurcate the motion for that purpose. It's getting a little complicated, but I mean, we're hitting 2 different codes, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Coletti.
We can add it all in one separate ordinance. I mean, the ordinances can effectuate changes in multiple sections of the municipal code. So I'm not sure we need to bifurcate, but I am a little confused about this. So 7 are off the table, as I understand it. There are 7 properties that simply don't have permits. There's no need to address those 7. So why are we trying to? So Mayor, I got a question on that.
So there's 11 properties on the water wait list currently, 7 with expired permits and 4 with current permits. And, this is a problem when you're patching a patch. The water wait list was a patch and now we're patching that. So the logic that I'm following is if we're refunding, which has yet to come to council, but my understanding is that the city manager staff's going to come to council to refund the monies paid by the 4 property owners to keep their permits active. So in essence, we are rolling back the clock. And they want, if we're refunding, it's as if they didn't pay and didn't go through the effort of doing the permit. So my logic is a little, maybe not totally clear. So they're not much different than the 7 other people that paid the fees originally, got the permits, and have been waiting on the wait list. So I admit there's no way to make this perfectly clear or perfectly equitable for all 11 people on the water wait list. And I recognize that the reason we're even doing this is because one property owner has been particularly vocal about this item, and that's why staff and council have been going through with this. But like I said, I just think if we're going to give back monies, permit fees, and then we're going to extend prior permits out 10 years, then we ought to give it to everybody that's been on the, that's currently on the water wait list. That's my logic.
Okay, you're talking refunding of the permit fees to extend the permit.
The four, we haven't
Yeah.
had that. That's the,
Well,
that's
as
the
I
next step.
Yeah, well, as I understand it, the people, the four people actually had to reapply because their permits did expire. So that's four unique situations. The other seven did not. So their permits, they did not have to resubmit an application. So we can't, they made that choice. So I'm not really, my interest in this is not about refunding monies. That's something we talked about earlier. I think council agreed, we voted on that we would do that in a sense. I guess it was a sense out of equity. These properties don't have water meters. They had to reapply to get another permit because their permit expired. Because of this, we thought, okay, that's kind of unfair. So we're going to refund those monies. But what I'm not clear about is why, maybe council, this is maybe for Council Member Smith. You mentioned 7 properties I think you said to inject those into one of the whereases. I'm not 100% clear on what you were intending for that. I did second the motion, I realize, but I'm still unclear.
Yeah, it's gotten a little convoluted.
I think those 7 just are out the window now. That was my, they don't have permits. They shouldn't be on the water wait list. We have 4 that will remain on the water wait list, and we're going to give them these 2 5-year extensions and potentially give them their money back for having to reapply for a new permit just so they can stay on the water wait list. So, and then also the fact that we just need to close down the water wait list. I think that's actually the first priority for all of this. So I'm hoping the motion would include all of that, basically, is what I'm getting at.
Well, let's take the first motions on the floor. We got Councilmember Tomlinson. Let's do Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm starting to lean towards just taking the motion that's on the agenda, which is a different motion. But before I do that, I'd like Ms. Hunter to chime in because I feel like we're all doing a lot of guessing. Allison, can you help?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Tomlinson. There are 2 different lists here. So one can be on the water wait list with an expired architectural permit. So the 7 that you've been talking about are on the water wait list and will continue to be on the water wait list. But at the time that water is available, they will have to come in again with a whole new architectural permit application because their architectural permit has expired. These 4 that we're listing here in the ordinance have live permits still. So that's why we're coming up with this new longer extension methodology to allow them to stay alive for longer in the hopes that maybe they'll have water sometime in the next 10 years. As for the refund, only Kirsty Wild's 2 kids have gone through the extension process a couple of times, and they're the only ones that we would be processing refunds to. The other two have not gone through the extension process at this point.
Okay, so this, as it's written, the ordinance would, the water waiting list would be frozen in time. We are no longer able to add anyone to the water waiting list. But the order still remains. So if and when, you know, the sky opens up and we're able to let these people have water meters, and hopefully that's soon, but we just don't know. The water waiting list will be referred to at that time. Some people on the list will have to go through the whole architectural permit process. Some people will potentially have current permits because we've given them 10 years which is a workaround. And so the way the ordinance is written, are there any corrections that are needed to make all that happen?
I don't believe so.
I don't either. I understand, you know, we want to really triple make sure that equities are being followed here for all 11 people, and I think that they are. So I'd like to do a substitute motion of what's on the agenda.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Tomlinson?
That was the end of my comments. Did you hear it?
You said you'd like to make a substitute motion?
Yeah, of what's on the agenda, and I think Chap seconded it.
Is that right? Yes, okay.
That's correct.
All right. I have a question about what I just heard of the owners of the 4 properties with current permits on the water wait list. Only 2 of those properties will get monies refunded. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And which properties are those?
That would be 503 Chestnut and 506 Walnut Street.
And so, assuming this passes, then if water becomes available for properties, these, the owners of these properties will not have to pay any fees for architectural permits because those permits are still active, correct?
Correct, yes.
But the other 7 people on the water wait list will have to pay, correct?
Correct. They will have to go through the architectural permit process again with new plans, new application, new fees.
And the 7 properties that don't have active permits, they paid for no extensions. Is that correct?
They may have extinguished all of their extensions that are allowed already.
But they didn't pay for any new permits to keep the permit process alive.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you. So for the 2 properties, the Chestnut and Walnut property, let's say that they go out for 7 years before water meters become available. Do they still have to come back though and get an ARB before getting their building permit? Or would you be reviewing any updates to the building code, et cetera, at the time of the issuance of a building permit?
Through the mayor, this action would keep their existing permits alive. However, at the time that they submit for building permits, as with all building permits that had discretionary permits as well, planning staff does a plan check to ensure that it's the same that was already approved. And at some point in the future, building codes may change. The building code may require some minor modifications to, the design that was approved. And that would have to be addressed at at that time. It may be possible that they have to do a minor modification to the architectural permit.
Well, I think what we're getting caught up on is what we talked about months ago, and that's one of the reasons why this is a little frustrating. It's also not terribly well described in the agenda report, but I still think, and I'd ask for a friendly amendment on this, that we should include within the ordinance the closing down of the water wait list as previously discussed. What do you think?
Would you like to make that a second substitute motion?
I would. I'll make that second substitute motion.
Or, Your Honor, for discussion, it could just be an amendment to Councilmember Tomlinson's substitute motion.
Yeah, I asked for a friendly moment to
Okay.
begin with.
To
And
make it easier, perhaps.
I would accept that friendly amendment, Luke.
thank you.
And I would suggest that we follow the direction of the city attorney and add that to 11.68 for the record.
I do not accept that.
Well, withdraw.
Maybe we'll just, if I could clarify, maybe we'll just let the city attorney decide how best to effectuate that.
I would hope that be a given under any circumstance.
Well, it's just an opportunity to clarify, that's all.
Okay, are we clear? It sounds like we've exhausted all the questions and options. Are we clear? Do I dare ask? So my understanding is the substitute motion that's been amended, that's up for a vote, is what is in the agenda report with adding language to sunset the water wait list.
That's correct.
My understanding is sunsetting new additions to the water wait
New
list.
additions. Okay. Thank you. Could we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Council members Tomlinson,
Aye.
Paduri?
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Coletti,
I,
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Emilio absent.
Right, now moving on to the next agenda item, which would be 12A. Coastal grant funding for hazards, LCP amendment.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council and members of the public. This item was continued from the consent agenda from your April 6th meeting. It is, again, I don't have a presentation on it, but it is an application to the Coastal Commission for grant funding to undertake an LCP amendment to reanalyze the data and science behind our existing coastal hazards section in the LCP, which was based on outdated science now at this point. And we're learning through the issuance of several coastal development permits now that the existing mapping we have in the implementation plan is perhaps not accurate, and it's causing quite a few property owners to go through very significant studies and cost to result in a finding of no impact. So this grant would allow us to hire a geomorphologist or other qualified scientists to actually update the data. It is in the amount of $100,000 from the Coastal Commission. And that amount would not cover the actual preparation of the amendment itself. Just to be clear, it is really just covering the development of the background information, data and documentation. And of course, if awarded, if the council approves the resolution and the application is awarded by the Coastal Commission, then yes, of course, as an amendment to the LCP, this would go through the Planning Commission first, then to your council, and then on to the Coastal Commission for final certification. And that's all I have. If you have any questions for me, I'm available.
Do we have any public comment?
It doesn't appear we have anyone in person, but we have Lisa Ciani.
Welcome.
Thank you. The planning director may have forgotten that the city completed a shoreline management plan in the year 2020. It contains just the kind of studies and maps that you're being asked to approve a grant application for. So you're being asked to spend taxpayers' money twice for the same thing. However, the 2020 shoreline management plan is no longer accessible on the city's website. Where is the transparency? Where is the plan? Maybe that's why the planners have forgotten about it. They apparently also did not submit it to the Coastal Commission for approval, although a number of our LCP policies say that's what's supposed to happen before it can be used as a planning tool. There are many amendments that are needed, and the Coastal Act and Coastal Commission's regulations provide certain requirements for LCP amendments, including that local governments may make up to 3 submittals of proposed major LCP amendments per year, although there's no limit to the number of amendments included in each submittal. With the city's Ocean View Boulevard street work debacle, I think that is, we have had clear evidence that the LCP is not sufficiently clear about how to protect our coastal wildlife. And a planner at the ARB hearing last week pointed out that the city's LCP map of environmentally sensitive habitat areas shows that the area of the harbor seal rookery at Hopkins West Beach is designated as low sensitivity. LCP Land Use Plan Policy Bio 1 says rookeries are ESHA, but a city planner looking at the map was erroneously informed otherwise. The public asked for the many errors in that map to be corrected throughout the LCP process, but the planner said they didn't have time. Let's get that corrected and protect our wildlife. They are at risk from climate change and sea level rise as much as humans, if not more. And let's include an amendment to incorporate our shoreline management plan into the LCP. And there are other areas like the Lighthouse Reservation that was previously considered a scenic area in our LCP, and at the last minute that went poof. So, you know, there are a lot of corrections that need to be made. The Coastal Commission grant application form was not included in the agenda report, so we can't know exactly what could be included, but I hope that if you do make an LCP amendment, submit an LCP amendment, you will include the other corrections that need to be made, or at least many of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lorenzen-Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and city council members, Lisa's exactly right. Why is this being limited to a grant for coastal hazards? Simply because there's some development issues and it's costly? Why is the shoreline management plan not already been incorporated into our LCP? It should have been. It was a requirement. The Coastal Commission required that, and it's still not there, and it's still not found. I mean, Lisa is absolutely right on all of this. And a grant just for coastal hazards when the information is already in the shoreline management plan and the geo whatever studies is redundancy. What we need is to look at a broader view here on other amendments that are needed. But certainly coastal hazards it's covered. It's just isn't to be found right here anymore because it's been taken down. So let's get this part together before we go flailing away to try and do something else. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. Council discussion. Well, looks like I'll start off. This sounds to me, I truthfully don't understand all the details, but from the discussion today and the discussion that we had at our last meeting, Dr. Rebel, there's a number of studies out there. And scientific studies are always going to be updated. There's always going to be new data. I just am not convinced that we really have to have it. I think maybe it's a nice to have, but not a priority at the moment. And what also concerns me is, okay, let's just say we get the money from the state to do the study, then we're obligated to use it and update the LCP, and there is no funding, and we are short on staff. So I'm opposed to this. Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would take the contrasting view. From what I know, the local coastal program, the LCP, it has taken years to develop it. And anything that gets years to be developed, there are going to be changes in between those years that are not being accounted for in the plan. And that's exactly what is happening here. We have an LCP certified, we have an IP certified, but those reflect things that are probably from a decade ago. And I've actually noticed some of the items coming up in the ARB, as well as others like the one we discussed in the previous council meeting, where now we have to look into an LCP, which is referring back to something which is outdated. So to me, this certainly makes sense to move forward, whether now or later, it does need to move forward. And if we're getting funding to do something to update the plan, my recommendation is to move forward on it. So I would go with the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wondering. Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, will the $100,000 cover the cost to hire a qualified professional?
Through the mayor, we believe that it will. We have been having some discussions with a qualified professional who has indicated that that would be sufficient funding.
Thank you. And then is there a time constraint to utilize the funds by?
This grant program through the Coastal Commission is a rolling grant program, so there is not a deadline. However, there is a limited amount of funding in the program, which I don't have off the top of my head, but it will run out. So we're hoping to submit the application sooner than later.
So there's no deadline to expend the 100,000 to utilize the funds?
I would need to look further at the program to come up with an answer to that funding obligation question.
Okay. Without knowing that, that's hard for me to support this. I mean, okay, so anything above $100,000, the city would be responsible to pay.
Well, I believe we could create the contract with whoever the consultant is to be for $100,000 as covered by this grant.
Okay, so like a not to exceed.
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't know what the time is to use the money, to spend the money.
I would have to look into the grant program for that.
Okay, and then are there any other, anything else in the LUP that needs to be updated? If we open up this can of worms, I mean, you might as well be efficient, right?
Right. What would be needed would be to take this data that is gleaned from this work that's authorized by this grant and do any kind of text and mapping amendments that are needed in the LUP and the IP. And that would have to be undertaken by staff or another consultant. So there would be either additional staff time. I don't think they would be drastically significant amounts of editing and amending, but it would be additional either staff time or additional consultant time to prepare those amendments.
Okay, I mean, I am not able to support this evening. I mean, if maybe we want to have this brought back with that information, that is information I would need to know to support this at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to ask a scary question. Every time that we try to amend our LCP, are we going to have to go through the Coastal Commission gauntlet that we faced? And I've been around this building for about 8 years, and I think every minute of that we were spent trying to amend this plan. So can you answer that question for me?
Yes, through the mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Smith. It does have to go through the certification process. However, these grant programs are specifically for updating LCPs to ensure that they are current and utilizing current information and data. So theoretically, coastal staff is supportive of these types of amendments.
Well,
that is a
I don't
theory.
want to have a Q&A with you too much, but I'd be tempted to leave it the same for the next 50 years, to be honest with you, for what we went through. But that's a joke. But I'm saying that we're not going to face the type of scrutiny that we faced in the original run, because I wouldn't be supportive of that. What's your thoughts on that?
Right. This is intended to keep the RLCP up to date in terms of climate change and sea level rise impacts. So that is one of the main goals of the Coastal Commission right now, is ensuring resiliency along the shoreline. So.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. I mean, I'm in generally supportive of keeping the thing updated. Obviously, this is a grant. It's good. It's money for the city to try to do that. So I'm supportive. I just and if it's something that the Coastal Commission's pushing, then we have a better chance of success, I'm sure. But yeah, it was just a rough road getting here. So I'm concerned. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. It seems this is all predicated on the assumption that our coastal hazard standards are out of date. I don't see a list that convinces me that is the case. Can you give us some examples of why you think that's true?
Just most recently, through the mayor to Councilman Coletti, the processing of recent coastal development permits along Ocean View Boulevard that have required a full CDP. So we've had 2 now go through hearing and 1 is in the process. They have been within the mapped coastal hazards area for erosion, which actually, if you look on the mapping, goes significantly landward of the coast onto the south side of Ocean View, and in some places as far south as 2 or 3 houses in a swath following the coastline. And so these individuals have triggered the need to prepare these coastal hazard assessment reports, which are all using current data prepared on a case-by-case basis, and they're resulting in no impact in terms of coastal hazards because of the use of this more updated scientific data. So that's what has brought it to our attention, that perhaps it's time to update this section using more current standards.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. who do you have in mind as the contractor for providing this work to us?
We have been speaking with David Ravel, who was the preparer of the report for the appeal that you heard, I believe, at your last meeting. He is a qualified consultant in this field. He actually worked with with EMC, the city's consultants who prepared the local coastal program. And we have been working with him on coming up with tasks and an estimate for this grant application.
And he's given you an estimate of approximately $100,000. Is that where this number's coming from?
Well, this number, the $100,000 is the amount that the Coastal Commission grant is for. And we've been in speaking with him. He's indicated that he feels the data can be updated for that amount.
Okay, I guess it's a cart. What's the cart and horse thing? I mean, you got an estimate of what the scope of work would be, and it got bracketed around $100,000. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I've got a lot of respect for Mr. Ravel. He was involved early on in the during the LCP process. I'm all for having accurate maps that reflect reality. I think we're presuming that we're going to get a less restrictive policy out of this. I don't think that's a safe assumption. It could very well that we get a more restrictive policy once we take this up to coastal. So you take your chances. However, I think I do support this. I think I have faith in this vendor. I think if we're trying to explore a more accurate mapping and analysis of the coastal hazards and the resiliency aspect of some of the properties along Ocean View, I can support that. I do think obviously it's going to have to get vetted by the Planning Commission. It's going to have to get vetted by the council, and then it's going to have to get vetted by the Coastal Commission. So it's a process, but I think I can support it as is, Your Honor.
Thank you for Councilmember Coletti for making the comment that you won't know whether this is going to mean less restrictions or more restrictions. Right. And the maps that we have, I'd be the first to admit, you look at the width of the line, that's about the width of a road. And so, yeah, I think that we really run the risk that this could cause more restrictions potentially. And also, we don't know what are the follow-up costs. And then how long will a study be good for? How many years? I'll ask Miss Allison, Hunter. So you said that the other studies are old. And how many years? Let's see, what year was the last study? Our shoreline management plan is not very old.
Correct. I believe there were some studies prepared that were more recent. I believe 2015, I think, was a study that was incorporated in the shoreline management plan. But the studies that were used to prepare the LCP coastal hazards sections, it's my understanding that those were created in 2009 using statewide data. So very not site specific, not Pacific Grove coast specific at all, really just a very high level statewide tool.
And you believe that after this study is done, then property owners along the coast will have less to do, that it will show more properties not in the hazard zone. Is that correct?
That's our inclination, but we haven't done these studies yet. So Council Member Coletti is right. There is some risk to finding perhaps that some areas are at a higher risk than we thought, but others would be at a lower risk potentially.
Right, I think we're ready for a vote. A motion first. Who'd like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the recommendation of staff.
I'll second.
May we have a vote, please?
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Council Members Tomlinson,
Aye.
Paduri,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
No.
Mayor Peak.
No.
Motion carries 4-2-0. I'm sorry, 4-2-1. Councilmember Emilio absent.
Thank you very much. And now moving on to the next item, which is 12B. And this is the last item from our last meeting. Ms. Kendall. Let's see, this is my item. If you could help me out with some slides.
Did you have slides from the last meeting?
Yes.
I'm not sure if we carried those over, but let me grab those really quick. Unless our deputy has them ready to go.
That's all right. Take a minute.
I don't believe I have those, even from the last meeting, Mayor. Were those shared with me?
I thought I had sent them to you. You don't have them? Okay. Let's do this. Okay, I'm having. Let's see, why is this not working? My apologies. All right, seem to have a corrupted file, so
Your Honor, shall we take up the next item and you can address it at the break?
I'm just gonna wing it because it
Oh.
looks like I got my files. Yeah, if the city clerk says that she doesn't have it, then I'm gonna have to, just gonna have to wing it.
Mr. Mayor, they would have also been included in the packet as well if I had
Yeah.
PPT, sorry.
Okay, apologies for that.
It was item 13A on our previous agenda, if that helps the city clerk at all.
Correct. I've checked my files. I don't have a PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay, well. All right, apologies again. So I'm going to just have to speak to this particular item. I had some good slides. Anyhow, this is an approving in concept and ordinance amending municipal code 2.16, which covers our purchasing. So on January 19th of this year, we discussed legal services that did not have expenditure limits. And this is a follow-up for that discussion. And purchasing is council's responsibility. We have the buck stops with city council. We have fiduciary responsibilities, and purchasing is an area that has possible ethical and legal hazards. And obviously, we not only do we approve the process for purchasing the expenditures of council funds, but we also approve agreements. Ultimate, even though purchasing authority is delegated to the city manager, and through the city manager downward to his staff, ultimately city council is the person, is the body has the ultimate responsibility. And the framework for that responsibility is in our charter, Article 40, and it's also repeated or the details expanded upon in the code 2.16, purchasing system and procedures, which states that all purchases and of contracts for supplies, services, materials, equipment, and public works by the city or by an employee are made in accordance with our city code. And so I'd like to be in compliance with our own city code. The city manager is the city's purchasing agent, and currently he has a purchasing authority of $40,000. That's for any single supply, service, material, equipment, etc. And then amounts above $40,000 are council's responsibility. It's our approval authority. In writing this and reviewing our practice, I believe that nearly all our purchasing actions are taken in concurrence, in agreement with the purchasing code 2.16. However, there have been some recent actions that don't align with 2.16. And I've listed them in the agenda report. One involves a archaeological consulting firm, and the other two involve hiring attorneys for litigation and also negotiations for Sloat Avenue real property. Both of those cases, council did not have a stated expenditure authority. And we're done in closed session. You know, it's not I don't want to dwell on those particular instances. It's not really important at this point in time. The city manager and I exchanged some emails on it. It's just some motivation to go look at what we're doing now and to see if we need to improve. That's my interest. So I've looked at stated some of the possibilities for non-compliance. And one of them, which I just mentioned, is that council approved hiring of attorneys without any expenditure limit. And so that doesn't make sense. But also I've heard in discussions at council assumptions that I don't agree with, and I don't think you'd agree with either. First of all, that one is that the purchase limit for council purchases is available funds. This means what's money? It's in the checking account. Or that regulations can be ignored if people think that that there's going to be savings if we skip some steps, or that retroactive purchase authorization is acceptable. That's, the adage, it's easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission. I don't buy that. And also that purchasing regulations don't apply to city council if we're in closed session and only a few people are present. And lastly, maybe more importantly, unclear purchasing responsibilities or knowledge of the purchasing system and procedures. There's at least a handful, I'm guessing, a handful of staff that are involved in purchasing. And of course, if it involves with council, and everybody along the way plays a very specific role that's should be consistent with our municipal code 2.16. Okay, so on to my suggested improvements. This is more for discussion than anything else. And the first one is amending 2.05010, which is the section that says the mayor shall sign agreements, contracts, deeds, bonds, and other legal instruments for the city. But what we didn't say is that the mayor should sign these documents only as directed by council. So I've had some instances where I've been sent a document to approve, but it didn't match what council approved. So I feel that we need to add this statement that restricts the mayor from signing any document that only is approved by council. So the mayor's signature is, right, the authority only flows through council. I think that's an important add. So moving on, amendment 2.16160. I'd like to see that that a council ordinance establishes the city manager fiscal authority. We did it by an agenda report from staff. I feel that it's important that council do it and then put it in the municipal code, so it's real clear. It's not a footnote. The second one is that if council in the future approves a service or purchase and forgets to assign an expenditure limit, then that expenditure default limit should be the city manager's purchasing authority. So I don't think that's too radical. The other one, next one is 2.16. And there's just a little bit of, this really strikes to the heart of what we've been doing, council authorization of purchasing. We have not been following our own code, which says that council should approve purchases by written contract, by resolution. And I'm hard pressed to remember the last time we had a resolution before us with a contract or with a purchase approval. And so my suggestion, recommendation is we really don't need the resolution. I discussed this with the city attorney, that we can just ignore, that we can take this out of the municipal code. We don't need the resolution. But I will re-emphasize that we need to have, when council approves a purchase of a service or an agreement, we need to have the contract. And I spoke to that at prior meetings. The everyday life, everybody is confronted with contracts. When you're buying something, a car, service, renting an apartment, buying a house, a car, even something as mundane as purchasing an app on your cell phone, you have a contract, terms of service. So I want to reemphasize that council needs to have the contracts for approval in our agenda, not just conceptual or general description, but the real contract that we're approving. And then lastly, that council approval of any purchase in closed session should adhere to the municipal code. Just because we're in closed session shouldn't be a free pass on our municipal code. So those are my key points. I want to point out that our assistant city manager mentioned to me that a purchasing manual is being developed, and I heartily endorse that. And please move forward with that. And I assume that would be used as training. And I hope as part of that training that staff and perhaps I would like to see training of council on purchasing as well. So we're up to speed on that. And I hope the training for staff also includes a clause that any staff member that sees that a purchase is not going according to code does not have to fear for having to speak up and say, hey, look, you know, this isn't to our policy, this isn't to our code. They can feel free to speak without any retaliation if there is something that doesn't look right. So I'm going to go out to public comment, but I'm looking for just feedback on these suggestions. It's obviously not a first read. Okay, public comment.
Mayor. Jane Haynes.
Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to say I so deeply appreciate this. This has been a great concern to me, and this just seems so responsible, so reassuring, and I just thank you so much for considering this, and I hope that you proceed with it. Thank you very much.
And I've forgotten to mention, I did tell our city manager that he would have a chance to speak and has some views on this. So right after public comment, we'll go to Mr. Harvey. Is there anyone else from the public? I'm not seeing anybody.
Yes, we have 4 more hands raised. Inga Lawrence and Deumer.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's about time. Thank you so much, Mayor, for bringing this up. It is long overdue, and it means some profligate spending here, and it makes it transparent, or more so. And I think we all deserve it, and I really appreciate the mayor bringing this up and hopefully getting these clarifying amendments. The wishy-washiness and the after the fact and we need clarity, and this does bring more clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marcia.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is definitely needed, and I agree with what was said by the 2 previous speakers. The 3 examples that you quoted were shocking. That should never happen again. I would also suggest that the discretionary limit for the city manager be lowered from 40,000 to 10,000. And that he only have leeway for emergency decisions to spend more than 10,000, and that he advised the mayor and city council immediately after he has assigned excessive monies to handle an emergency. I can't believe that 80,000 was spent on Elizabeth Hall. As I noticed at the meeting during the discussion of Sloat Avenue, many of you, including the mayor, didn't realize that this was a permanent gift. Yes, there was going to be, I guess, a committee or some real estate person to estimate the value of Sloat, but we know it would be lowballed. But many of you were shocked. I could tell on your face. So that was a key point that Ms. Hull did not transmit to you. And yet she was paid $80,000 for her services. Those services should have been paid by the developers of ATC because she was working for them, not for PG taxpayers and PG council. The $100,000 for Mr. Coletti, which failed, I guess that was to persuade the state to accept the erroneous text of what the electorate voted on. That was also excessive. I agree with the mayor that there has to be specific numbers for transparency and accountability. And I think discretionary spending by the city manager, who has done this excessive spending on more than one occasion, should be reduced to $10,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just want to add my appreciation to the mayor for bringing this issue forward. This is terribly important. Taxpayers' money needs to be spent responsibly and transparently. And so I hope you will have a really good, deep discussion of this and come up with some really good measures to correct the situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Telephone number ending in 9290.
Welcome.
I wonder if that's me. Jill Cleese, and I would like to totally concur with the previous comments about transparency and say I totally approve and I welcome this. I also welcome having things on the record. If the record is made, then we need to abide by it. That's another issue. I just want to thank you all and thank the mayor and thank the previous commenters. And you have a majority here of those who are supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Telephone number ending in 880.
Welcome.
Hi, Janet Cohen. I concur with the others, and I just want to thank you, Mayor Peak, for stepping up with integrity. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for discussion, comments, your thoughts. Oh, sorry. Apologies, Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate being provided the opportunity to speak on this item. I would respectfully disagree with what is proposed, and I do so for a number of reasons. I want to first mention that I think as a best practice for an item like this that seeks to modify the code, it would have been appropriate and prudent to have a meeting first with myself and the finance director, the administrative services director. You know, we have an award-winning finance department. We get accolades. We pass our audits with minimal findings, if any. She's a known leader in the region. We've been cited by the state of California as one of the top 10 cities to survive the next pandemic. This is true. So we have an amazing department. And I think when you're wanting to go through a modification, that's a good best practice to first start with your staff and just talk about the idea, because perhaps we might have some things we want to share with you. Doesn't mean it's going to change your report, because ultimately it's your report. But I think that's a good first stop, just to start with us. One of the things that I think is being, well, one of the items discussed in the agenda report where I take exception is in the 3 examples that are cited, 2 and 3 are city council directed expenditures, and city council does not have a spending authority. And when it's stated that somehow staff was negligent in not coming back to you when a certain threshold was reached, well, that doesn't apply when the city council has provided the direction. I've not been derelict in my duty if I don't come back to you at the city manager spending limit for a city council authorized expenditure. I have not failed, and neither has the finance director. So the way that this is presented is it's as if we didn't do something appropriate. And I think that's wrong. And I think that's misleading. The council can always provide a limit and a date if you want now. You can do that when you provide direction. Sometimes it's hard. If you're pursuing litigation and one of your colleagues up there is an attorney, sometimes it's hard to know exactly what an effort requires. And so you can certainly say, I'd like you to come back in 2 months or a month and give us an update and tell us where we're at. But what you might not be able to do is say, I want to spend no more than $50,000 on this legal effort, because if you do something like that, you may end up at the doorstep of what you wanted to do, but not getting through what you wanted to do. Contracts. We do not invent contracts. Contracts are boilerplate provided by the insurance authority and reviewed by the city attorney's office and the risk manager. If it is a different contract than what we use as a standard practice, it always is reviewed and approved by the city attorney and the risk manager. When something is brought before you, we're not asking you to review and approve the contract language. And that's why we don't attach the document, because that is confusing. If the contract is attached, then the inclination is, well, council is here to review this contract and, we want to change this clause or that clause or this limit or that. And if you do that, sometimes you're going to be in violation of the requirements of the insurance authority and their standard practices. And we're not always going to be able in the meeting to be able to say, well, yes, you can go below that threshold or above that threshold because, we've already had it go through the risk manager who knows those things and those are already established by the authority. Excuse me for a moment. I think that's what I mainly wanted to say. I appreciate you allowing me to speak and thank you for your time.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this forward. I looked up, I recall the council had a discussion a little bit similar April 7th, 2021, and the outcome of those discussions was the quarterly reporting of the city manager spending authority, which I do appreciate. So I'm just curious, and maybe this is a question for the city attorney, regarding the city manager's spending authority, is the $40,000, is it per vendor per calendar year, per project? Like how is that chunk defined?
That's a per contract basis, provided that you cannot split contracts. So if you have one project and one performer, then that is what would apply.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. I definitely support all of the suggestions. I think that they're very clear. And they further define this sort of gray area that is there. And not that, there's a bad intention or good intention. It's just, we're all busy and there's we sometimes oversee things, including the council. So I think the more sort of the buck stops here, like I really appreciated that saying, because it's true. And so the more defined and the more steps or processes that we can put in place. So there is no error or no assumption that, oh, well, this was given from the city council. And so therefore that means, there's no defined amount. I mean, now we're just being clear and helping, put these assumptions away. So thank you for bringing this forward. And I definitely, will support these small amendments.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm looking at this. I'd actually like to see, the entire code on the number 3. I'd have to go and read the sections and see what it all looks like. I'd want to do that prior to the meeting. Just that one's a little, number 3 is pretty complicated. I think 1 and 2 are not that complicated. And B is a logic one. Let me start over again here. Number 1 amendment, B is the logical corollary to section A, I think. So that I'm going to ask also when I quit, I'm going to ask the city attorney to opine on these things as well. But number 2, the purchase limit being set each July by council makes sense to me. I think that's good to check in. It might, I'm not saying it should go down. Maybe it should go up. I'm not really sure, with inflation and such things, it might be helpful. I don't know. And then, let's see, the E, again, this one, 2E, council approval of purchases and contracts without a limit. So it's basically reverting the authority. So if we forget to give direction in closed session or up here,
and no one tells us, there's no ref tells us, hey, you forgot to give direction, it would just stop at the 40 right now as it is currently stated. Now, I understand the logic in that as well. Number 3, I'm going to hold on that one because it's a little more complicated and I'd like to read the whole code. I'd like to read the whole 2.16 at sec, all the codes in that section to be able to really talk to 3. I can't really speak to it. But if I may, Your Honor, I'd like to ask the city attorney to kind of talk about each of these changes as well. If I could do that, that would be what I'd ask.
If I may, through the mayor, it's more or less as you've described, Mr. Smith. The first one is to make sure that the mayor has to do that in accord with council approval. If the council was not explicit, then the mayor would not be signing. Under the number 2, you're correct that either council will be prescribing a expenditure limit. And if there is no expenditure limit, that it would be the same as the city manager's limit, which at the moment is $40,000. So before there would be an exceedance, it would have to come back to council for that. Number 3, while it looks complicated, it's not. It basically says that that there are circumstances under which you don't have to go to the lowest bid. And those are the exceptions that are referenced in Article 1. And that's typically for professional services, architect, attorneys, other expertise. And then there are a host of other circumstances that for which you don't have to do a public bid. But certainly when this would be come back to you in terms of a first reading, is if that's the direction, we would lay out those entire provisions, even though they're not changed, so that you and the public could see the context in which this amendment will be made.
Thank you. That's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I certainly think these recommendations represent best practices and necessary fiscal controls to eliminate some of the surprises that have been mentioned. And, typically council authorizes expenditures, but how those expenditures actually get implemented, whether through a purchase order or through a formal contract, we don't get looped into that. And I think that's what some of this is doing. We have had cases where invoices have been paid above the expenditure that council authorized. So I think this is all very, very important. I don't think it's onerous. I don't think it's an overreach by any stretch. And I'd be glad to support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start by saying that, I agree with our city manager that we have a really, awesome finance department, and Tori and her team. I just, please don't take this as critical to your process. I love to hear that you're coming up with a handbook and training. I also agree that having council doing the training, if there can be training for council, I would very much support that. What I see this as an opportunity to tighten up just some of our practices, and most of them, the way I read it, or a few of them lie with us as council. Approving something in closed session for an attorney and not setting a date or a time limit or check-in or a maximum isn't a best practice, and we have done that before. There's little things on all sides, I guess, that all of us are accountable for. And so I will thank the mayor for bringing this forward. I personally don't think that anyone should feel that this is explicitly designed to point out someone specific's errors or problems. I mean, we're a team, and we need to work together in order to do the most open, transparent finance that we can. And we already are getting A+, and this is only going to make us better. So I agree with the number 1. And that makes sense. I also agree with the second one, to approve that every July, and then the third one, following the same rules during closed session is the way I understand that. I guess what it sounds like, Mayor, you're recommending is that we come back with some kind of ordinance. So my recommendation is certainly come back with an ordinance, work in collaboration with the finance department, the city manager, the city attorney. And I would really appreciate the efforts that are going to be put forward, and just say thank you up front, to have an ordinance come back to us, for our consideration. As far as contracts go, I do not, all I'll say is this: I do not want to be on the dais diving into pieces of contracts under the illusion or thinking that we can make changes to standard or boilerplate contracts. And that it can be a slippery slope to get us into legal trouble, and insurance related things. So I would just be careful in that category, of that recommendation. And those are my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I would echo Councilmember Tomlinson, what she was stating. I actually think that as council, if we define a couple of items, one is a time period for execution of any services, as well as a not to exceed amount, that would actually cover some of the changes or most of the changes that are being proposed here. For example, 1A, it says mayor shall not sign anything until council has approved it. But if we are already defining parameters to say, what are we approving? How much are we approving? Not to exceed amount. We really don't need that clause. Similarly, 2E will automatically be covered under that too. And I see 3A. I don't know why the by resolution, like strike, makes sense to me. But it seems like if we as a council, as a body, we define some parameters for any kind of authority to approve things, and we define those parameters right off the bat, we should be able to tackle this as it is. I mean, I don't have a problem per se with the changes if the city attorney is good with it, but I think we can define best practices for ourselves. Thanks.
I want to come back, circle back to the comments about the contracts, and we've discussed this. City managers brought this up before, and so even though it's not part of the ordinance, maybe we can have some dialogue and figure out, what part of a contract don't we need to have? I know for me, I just look at the top of the contract. I want to know the term, the person or organization, the term, the amount, and nearly at the end, there's going to be Exhibit A and maybe an Exhibit B, and I flip right to the end. And so all this, what Councilmember Tomlinson called boilerplate language, I like that phrase. I've never heard council even discuss any of that. I know, I don't look at it, and I do rely on our staff, including our city attorney, to make sure that that is the right language. But it's those other pieces, the scope of services, the term, and the cost or cost schedule, that those to me are the key parts. And so maybe we can figure out some way that's agreeable to staff, and council still gets the degree of information that we're looking for. So, any other comments? Mr. Harvey, Mr. Laredo, Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Do you want a motion?
No,
Do we need a
this is
motion
just
or-
for feedback.
Okay, perfect.
So I've got some good feedback. I might reach out to one or two. That's my limit. To get a little more clarification on comments. And then I'll be discussing this with Mr. Harvey and his staff and through him, his staff and Mr. Laredo. And we'll craft something up for draft first read. Councilmember Coletti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Regarding the idea of having contracts before council when we do authorize the expenditure, I think that's a great idea. As Mayor Pro Tem McAdams mentioned, and this was her doing, bringing this to council, we get quarterly updates on open purchase orders. And if we're getting those updates quarterly, why not get them right from the onset, which would be to see the contract? And like you say, it's the term, it's the amount, it's the higher level stuff that I think we just need to have in front of us if we're being asked to authorize the expenditure. So I think it goes, having that contract on the agenda, attached to the agenda, is perfectly in line with what we did to 2.16 already as far as getting quarterly updates on open purchase orders.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thanks, Mayor. Two comments. I would like to spend a little more time, I guess, we can move on from tonight, but about the contracts, because I can see some problems. If staff and the legal team and everyone can work together on how to bring this forward where it works, great. But oftentimes we approve going and entering into a contract, but it's not ready for prime time yet because it hasn't been reviewed by the insurance company and all the others. So it sounds to me more like what you're wanting to approve is like a term sheet for the contract, which has all the really important stuff, the stuff that you go and look at before you sign it anyway. So we can noodle on that some more. And then I also wanted to be real clear about, the difference between the $40,000 spending authority, of which the city manager has, like Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem McAdams pointed out, with one project, one contractor, that's, without council. Whereas when council says they want to spend something, $130,000, for example, the city manager executes that on our behalf, but he has to have our approval to do so. And maybe I'm stating the obvious, but I just want to make sure that's very clear that the city manager is not in a habit of spending above his spending authority on anything that he hasn't been given direction to. At times it's happened because we haven't set a limit. And so cleaning that up will definitely help all of us. So thank you.
Okay, I think I've got quite a bit of input. Thank you all for that. And it's now after 8 o'clock, so I suggest we take a short break and let's return at 8:25. Welcome back from recess. And we're now on agenda item 11B, master fee schedule. Ms. Fratti, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members, members of the public. This is the annual review of the master fee schedule as required by Municipal Code Chapter 6.02. The attached master fee schedule is structured to provide the current fiscal year fees and the proposed fiscal year fees for 22-23 fiscal year. The proposed column has been adjusted by a 4.2% increase, which is the cost price index, also known as a CPI, for the San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose area, period ending December 31st, 2021. The CPI adjustment has been applied to all the fees, except for those controlled by other agencies, such as state and federal government. Other recommended changes are highlighted on the fee schedule. A brief overview by department. Community development recommends deleting fees for services that are no longer provided. Lighthouse, Point Pinos Lighthouse added a new fee for private lighthouse tours. And the Public Works added a new fee for the new EV charging station. And the libraries is recommending deleting fees for overdue fines and fees. That concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, we'll go out for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I see no hands raised.
Okay, well, we'll bring it back to council. Who would like to be first? All right.
I'll go. I'm happy to
Mayor-
move for approval.
Okay.
Second.
I've got a couple. All right, since no one else is going to fill up some time, I will, unfortunately. Thank you very much, Ms. Freddie. It's your usual splendid job of bringing the updated master fee schedule. Of just a few things. One is on the electric vehicle charging stations. And I wanted to ask Mr. Harvey about that. I'm concerned, I realize this is just a sort of stopgap measure. If you could explain for us, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you for the council's patience. This project has been a long time coming. Sorry, I have to give a little background. Waiting forever for parts, issues with the contractor, on and on and on. And then all of a sudden, as things go, magically everything came together and it was powered up without clear path forward. So we're using PG&E's time and use rate for this type of purpose. I would recommend that you allow us to set that as an interim because we want to come back with something that also would include maintenance of the charging stations, replacement of materials as needed, just so that it's a full picture and not just simply, the cost of the electricity. We would also want to look at, of course, what other municipalities are doing. We have done this, but bring you kind of a more comprehensive report on that. The short answer is they're all over the map. It just really kind of depends where you go and what you look at and what area. And some are incentivized deliberately to bring people in and so on and so forth. But so we'd want to give you some policy decisions. But in the meantime, at a minimum, we definitely want to obviously recoup the cost of the electricity using a logical rate that if it does get increased, ours would increase in a corresponding manner. So sorry, it's a long-winded answer, but that's what we'd like to do if you guys are okay with that. Excuse me.
I got a few, thank you for that explanation. I got a few other questions, but let's move to Councilmember Coletti first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to follow up on the electric vehicle rate for the charge point stations. So my understanding from an email we received, we are anticipating on charging 37 cents per kilowatt hour. Is that correct?
Councilmember Coletti, through the mayor. Yes, that is PG&E's current rate. And if it does go up or down, we would tag our rate to that.
Okay. That's very similar to, when the Marina Shopping Center, where REI is, Target, they charge 40 cents. And they also have a very restrictive policy that if you keep your vehicle hooked up to the charger after you've charged, they start charging 10 cents per minute for parking. I've heard some comments from the public that they're concerned that this could just become an all-day parking space. So that's just a concern. Thank you.
Through the mayor, we appreciate that concern and we want to address that as well. That is a valid concern.
And I'm going to save all of my questions for later since this is new and you said that you'll be coming back with some options. But definitely, I think we need. I'm glad you brought up that point about the incentive because I think we just want to recoup our costs, right? I mean, we want to encourage people EV, but we don't want to be subsidizing. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, the other point, this is one that Mr. Coletti made. We don't want to subsidize necessarily unless council decides that's what they want to do, but we also don't want to have somebody camping out there.
Yeah.
We want it, want the public to be able to avail themselves of it.
I'm moving on to my my other couple of items. Going to and thank you, Ms. Friday, for making a adjustment on the water entitlement rights. I'm looking at page 205 of the packet. It's the very bottom, and so I'm still unclear. This is my suggestion that we put in a separate line for the discount. Because you have two lines, the water entitlement rights, the cost, you have two lines, right? One's for 1 acre foot, one's for 1/10. Well, maybe that's confusing. You don't get a volume discount for one acre foot, but maybe just put in the 30% discount as a separate line, and that the date gets removed entirely, because now the dates for water entitlement price and discount is aligned with the time, the master fee schedule. So maybe just a little bit of cleaning up on that. Now I want to turn to outdoor dining and where we're at. So we've got there's two permit fees on page 216, an outdoor sidewalk dining permit, right, for tables on the sidewalk. And then page 220, there's encroachment permit, which I believe is the parklet, right? And so I see you nodding your head, which no one is paying at this point, right? So my understanding is we're going to be talking about that soon. Could you please help us out?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are bringing back a proposed ordinance to extend the current program at your May 11th City Council meeting. I know the Chamber President is very interested in that, and she's eagerly awaiting that. Thank you.
And when you say extend, what does that mean in terms of fees?
Mr. Mayor, it's the council's decision, of course, as to whether to levy fees. Staff's recommendation would be to continue the program in its current state without fees for another year while we work out, as Mr. Laredo and I were talking with the subset earlier, there's a lot of CEQA concerns and other long-term issues if we were going to bring back a permanent proposed program. And so we're going to need a year to do that, we think, there's environmental impacts, there's other issues we need to address.
And I saw, and there's two other regulations, right? There's one for water, which is the water
correct.
district.
That's
right?
correct. And that was just extended also for another year. So the thought is you're dovetailing your extension with the water districts while potentially the district figures something out. We certainly will be figuring something out to bring to you at the end of that.
And liquor license, is that an issue at all?
I wish Laurel was with me at this moment. She is the most well-versed on this. The ABC did change their provisions for licensing. It used to be, you may recall this, that you couldn't serve alcohol over the sidewalk. I'm going to get this regulation wrong. They relaxed that to allow for it to be served in parklets. As far as I know, it might even still be allowed to serve to-go drinks. I believe it still is.
Okay, the way I remember it was the old rules were you could serve alcohol outside of a restaurant as long as the seating was continuous to the restaurant, but not like a gap and then.
Well, and if I could jump in, Mr. Mayor, there also had to be a visible barrier, and this varies by ABC office. So what their definition of a barrier means.
Yeah. There's not much time between now and May 11th, but would be great to have some more information if there's any clarity on those kind.
Ms. Halloran will certainly include that. She's very well versed in all this.
Okay, thank you for that. And the only other thing that I wanted to bring up was the comment about a fee schedule, a new fee schedule this in the next fiscal year. And I don't know whether what was meant by that, but my main concern, because we're going to be talking about planning, is meshing or getting the right fees for all our planning services, that we recoup the fees from, we recoup the costs of all the consultants we've got.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just jump in on that, and I'd also ask Ms. Hannah to weigh in if I forget something, but yes, absolutely, that is the concern. When we did the fee study years ago through Matrix, the third party, we omitted the community development department. That was a deliberate decision at the time. I think it was mostly due to time and money. But the thought was that we were always going to come back to it. This is the year to do it. And we've been very upfront with our building and safety contract provider, Four Leaf, that when that effort happens, of course, we want them to be involved in that discussion, but we need to make sure that we have a correlation, there. We can't, left hand and right hand have to definitely talk, because it's a reimbursable expense.
Yeah, so I just encourage you to have that part of a fee schedule done early on in the next fiscal year.
Agreed. And if I could, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Hannah, did I forget anything about that?
No, that was just council. It was one of the council goals and tactics that we had on our list for the beginning of next fiscal year. But because this, it has been close to 5 years since we had the last fee study, we were also going to put in the budget another line item to have the rest, the city fees redone, because there have been so much changes that have happened with PERS rates, with staffing, new technologies, that it might give us an opportunity to look at those as well, rather than just continuing raising them by CPI, have a look at them in this upcoming year 5.
Okay, well, price is always going up, but we need to catch or make sure we're caught up. So we have a motion, not seeing any more discussion. We have a motion on the floor.
I believe I seconded the motion.
May we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye. Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti,
Aye.
Paduri,
Aye.
Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Emilio absent.
Right. Thank you. We're now on to item 13A.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, did we move past an item, or are we on 13A at this point? Did we?
We're on 13A. Actually, perhaps to the dismay of Councilmember Paduri, this is his cannabis is the only item action. not
Okay,
required.
sorry, forgive me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And speaking of Councilmember Paduri, I might enlist his support. Before you is a recommended resolution from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, recognizing the life and accomplishments of Jerry Lowe Sabato. This item is time sensitive because there is a walk of remembrance coming up, I believe, on the 11th of May. And the DEI Task Force has asked that the City Council adopt this resolution, and also that one of the council members at a minimum, perhaps the mayor pro tem, as many as who are able, appear for this important event in recognition not only of the significance for the event itself, but also in recognition of the contributions of Ms. Sabato. And I don't know, I'm putting this Councilmember Paduri on the spot. Councilmember Paduri, as the staff liaison to that task force, would you like to add anything to this item?
Thank you, City Manager. I would say that the DI Task Force has done a lot of due diligence around a lot of matters, including this one, and they've taken all respective points to prepare this. So I would really commend the entire DEI team to in whatever they've done to bring this forward here to the table. I know in particular, Ms. Kim Bui was very instrumental in getting this forward. So I really appreciate all the hard work that has gone in. It is really a tough time for volunteers, especially to string together a lot of things. And I commend the DI Task Force for doing this. Thank you.
Last thing, I'm just not sure if I got that date correct, but it is May 14th, 2022, the annual Walk of Remembrance. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment for this item? Oh, Ms. Kendall, if you could tell me how many, okay, we've got 35 people in our virtual audience. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Could you tell me how many people wish to speak?
I see one hand raised at the moment. So if you are interested in speaking to this matter, please raise your hands, your virtual hands. I see two at present, now three. We'll start with telephone number 880. I believe that's Janet Cohen.
Welcome.
Hi, Janet Cohen. Thank you, City Council, in advance for passing and adopting this resolution to recognize Jerry Losabado tonight that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force created. Please recommend that Secretary Bowie's and Member Mark's extensively researched and beautifully written document be read at the Walk of Remembrance too. It is one thing to read it by oneself, but significantly more meaningful to hear it read formally aloud by one representing the city, both in PG City Hall and also reaching out to share again where so many people that cared about her will come to honor her memory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Randy Salvado.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Peak, City Council members and staff. I would like to thank the Pacific Grove Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, as well as the City Council, for recommending and approving this posthumous resolution honoring my wife, Jerry Losabado. At her very essence, Jerry was a teacher, a nurturer, a mom who possessed unparalleled skills in communication, listening, collaboration, empathy, and patience. Most of us remember that one teacher we admired who was the role model that motivated us to achieve things we thought were beyond our ability and reach. That extremely kind person who always saw the best in everyone. Jerry was all of these and much, much more. She taught us, and more importantly, showed us how to live a principled and ethical life by treating everyone with dignity and respect. She could have demanded immediate change and tried to bend people to her point of view, but instead she chose to listen, build bridges, cultivate allies, and advocate for what she called change with kindness. This is a great honor, but Jerry would want me to take this opportunity to invite everyone in the community to the next Walk of Remembrance on Saturday, May 14th at 1 p.m. at the Pacific Grove Museum of Natural History. This walk honors and remembers the Chinese village, which was mysteriously burned to the ground on May 16th, 1906. More importantly, on May 11th, this City Council is scheduled to hear and hopefully approve an apology resolution to the Chinese community. This is a significant step in the community healing process, and I urge the City Council to approve the apology resolution before the walk. There will be a large group of descendants who will be returning to Pacific Grove on May 14th, and it would be historic and fitting to have the resolution presented to them as we honor all of those who just wanted to be treated fairly and equitably. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Ibsen.
Welcome.
I'd like to reiterate the points that Randy Sabato just made. Jerry worked very hard to help Pacific Grove understand what took place many, many years ago. And recently, the DEI task force has also been looking at the issue of the apology to the Chinese people. This is an opportunity for Pacific Grove to be at the forefront throughout Monterey County and be a leading city in the state of California in recognizing the achievements of Chinese people and their contributions to our community, and recognizing the very terrible way they were treated at different points of time. And most recently, we have seen many Asians attacked during this period of COVID, which is atrocious. Throughout the United States, Asians represent 15% of the healthcare workers. They are at the forefront of helping everybody. And so the recognition of Jerry and the acknowledgement of the past and pointing toward a much more promising future, recognizing what Asians do and Chinese in particular, is a great step forward. The DEI task force has been extremely thorough in doing their work, and we want to thank them for their stalwart service. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, bring it back to council for comments, discussion. I'll say this is long overdue. Very happy to see this resolution and the recognition for Jerry Lo Sabato before us. Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo and concur. I also, really wanted to thank the community for taking the torch and continuing the work that Jerry Lo Sabato has done in Pacific Grove for many, many years. And also to the DEI task force. I'm very grateful to this council for taking that step and having those difficult conversations, but committing to forming this task force that really for our city will be legacy work. So thank you to everybody who is involved, and I look forward to the walk of remembrance this year. And I just know that Jerry, wherever she is just beaming down and excited and happy. So thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd just like to echo my colleagues up here. I remember hearing about Jerry Lo Sabato when I first got involved with the city. And so she's had an impact. She's made a big impact on our city. And so I appreciate that. And this is a great remembrance. And I, again, appreciate the DEI's involvement with it. And I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I move that we receive and approve a resolution recognizing the life and legacy of Jerry Lo Sabato and the May 14th, 2022 Walk of Remembrance in her memory.
I'll second.
May I have a vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmembers Baduri,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
and Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Emilio absent.
All right, thank you. We're now on to item 13B. That's the 4-leaf contract. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you again. Am I being a broken record? Did we pass over another item, or are we on my item? No.
No, 13B,
Okay.
four leaf.
I don't know why. I keep thinking we're supposed to be going back to 12C. So
C, that's next. And
Oh, okay,
last,
okay,
that's the
okay.
last item.
All right. Sorry. It's not that I don't want to go. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brief agenda report on this. The City Council transitioned from the City of Monterey over to Four Leaf for building and safety services back in 2019. At the time that we did that, one of the attractions for considering contracting with Four Leaf was their ability to scale up and scale down with the city's needs. We find ourselves at one of those moments in time currently. Our community development director is departing. We have a need for an interim director. We have a need for some corresponding planning services, and we're recommending embellishing the job of our building official with an interim director role. On top of that, we're asking the City Council to allow us to have Four Leaf do some cleanup for us in our tree permit category. Tree permits are issued, as you know, and in doing in executing, if you will, a tree permit, you are required to plant a replacement tree. Sometimes that happens. Often it does not. It's not that people are maybe necessarily trying to avoid the regulations, but we know that it doesn't always occur. And so we would like to, and it's a significant effort to go back through the permits and actually see the property and actually confirm. So it's a code enforcement action, and there is an in lieu fee if you're unable to comply with the code. Anyway, we'd like Four Leaf to take that on because quite simply, our code enforcement officer does not have the bandwidth to do that. We are in the process, you might know from a fairly recent email, of looking at the tree ordinance. And we're going to be coming back to you with the concept review on how to significantly revise it. One that protects the city's tree population, but also maybe changes some of the appeal process and regulation. So that is coming. Lastly, we anticipate that the PG Hotel will be submitting their plans for review. That is a reimbursable expense, but that does require a significant amount of effort to go through the documents to make corrections and revisions and the back and forth with that. That's anticipated to be about $100,000. And so with the interim director duties, the addition of a planning resource, the backfilling with a inspector, the tree permit audit, the total amendment is about $230,000. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about that. That's the end of my report. Thank you very much.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor. A few hands raised. Telephone number ending 9290.
Welcome.
Wow, it's very late at night. Jill Cleese here. We're talking about trees. I work as a substitute and I'm seeing trees cut behind me on Hilby Avenue and I'm wondering why. And I'm hearing this tonight and I'm hearing about more trees, more permission. Again, I'm wondering why this is happening tonight. I'm wondering why I've seen Chaps Padori in my front screen and I've seen Starbucks coffee and I've seen water, but I can barely see the city council. I'm wondering why this is happening tonight. I know the cannabis issue, the pot shop is coming up next, and I'm too tired because I have to go to work tomorrow. And I don't understand why this is coming up tonight. I don't understand why we are not still into transparency, why we are doing this. No, I say, let's slow down. Let's not cut trees. Let's take our time. We already know somebody stood in a tree, okay? Caught in a tree. That's not right. And really, this is not fair balanced here, folks. It's not at all. So please, let's bring it back to transparency. Let me see everyone on the council instead of Chaps Padori right in front of me who's bringing up the pot shop. And by the way, it was only brought up as one pot shop when it was brought up before. And I can't stay up long enough because I have to go to work tomorrow. So that's it. Thank you for listening. I hope everybody else is listening at this late hour. And this is not transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Chiani.
Welcome.
Thank you. Appointing the building official to a dual position to include the interim planning director position is such a drastically inappropriate measure that it must be clear that the city has an emergency in the planning department. The planning director has not only a busy department to lead, but also an LCP to uphold, a job with which the city is stumbling in a major way after 2 years since certification. As I explained to council recently, Municipal Code Section 2376021 regarding the Historic Resources Committee says that HRC shall meet no less frequently than once a month. In other words, HRC should be meeting at least once a month, as other monthly boards and commissions are doing, except ARB, which is also dependent on the planning department staff. The mayor, who is the council liaison for HRC, has said in public meetings, but not at HRC, that it's up to HRC members to get that changed, although their requests in the past were disregarded or denied. And why is it the volunteer committee's responsibility to ask city staff to comply with the city's ordinance? HRC members want to be courteous, but they have some very large responsibilities and they're not getting the time and support they need. We were told many months ago, back in summer of 2021, that once we had a new planning director on board and everyone settled in, HRC and ARB would return to monthly meetings, which was expected to be last fall. When is the planning department going to be fully functioning again? It's time for council and the city manager to make it a top priority to find and hire a well-qualified and experienced planning director and additional staff, all of whom should get in-depth training and familiarize themselves with our coastal zone, and get the HRC and ARB back to monthly meetings with no further delay. A building official, even an experienced one, as a part-time planning director is not reasonable or acceptable. It's an emergency measure and puts the planning department on hold, planning department leadership on hold.
Thank you.
Jane Haynes.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, the point of the comments that I made in this morning's emails is that it's unnecessarily costly for the city to use contract help. Sometimes. I doubt that the 4-leaf contract planners will get anywhere close to the contract hourly fee of $150, just as I doubt that Joe Sidar gets anywhere close to $155 per hour. But the point is the city will have to pay 4-leaf or the other contractor $150, a good chunk of which 4-leaf rather than the planner will receive. If the city used an employee planner rather than a contract planner, the city would pay far less than $150 an hour. In fact, it probably wouldn't even pay half of that, $75 an hour. Sometimes there are good reasons to use contract personnel. And in this case, we need an interim CDD director, so it makes sense to get one. But now that I know Mr. Sidar is not leaving, I don't see why we need a contract planner. When Allison was here, we had 1 director and 2 planners. When Allison leaves, we'll have a contract CDD planner and still have 2 planners, Laurel and Joe. If we need a 3rd planner, why not have an employee planner? Because that would cost the city only a fraction of what a contract planner will cost. I hope that tonight you do 2 things. First, since we apparently need a 3rd planner, agendize the Peckham and McKinney contract, which is looking for the CDD director, so it can be amended to include a search for a permanent planner. Second, decline to approve the portion of the proposed 4-leaf contract that calls for John Cool to be the interim CD director, and instead assign that task to the 4-leaf actual planner, whose name is Dara Sanders. That will leave the city with 1 interim CD director and 2 planners, the same as we have now, except that Allison was an employee rather than an interim planner. Using contract planners requires the city to pay the contractor plus pay the company which provides the planner, and it is at least twice as expensive. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Inga Lawrence and Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. I kind of lowered my hand after that one because I was going to say that I could kind of understand, using John Keel because he was a planner for the city of Pacific Grove. I mean, he sat at the planning desk and did plans. So it's very familiar with a lot of what we do. But having him be the building official too, and the huge contract kind of puts everything at odds. Now I realize that I think we only have 2 days left for Ms. Hunter. And yes, we need an interim director. I'm not sure this is the way to go because it is certainly a very costly way to go. And I don't understand why we haven't hired or been really vetting someone else yet. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Pedori, tonight, I don't know, council members reluctant to jump into the discussion. Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually wanted to make a comment that there is a labor shortage and it is across the country. I mean, anywhere and everywhere I go, I'm running into it. It doesn't matter if I stop at Starbucks or not, it is happening. And I would like the city manager to comment on that with respect to the recruitment effort, because I think that's the reason why this is coming to council, is that we're not able to find the talent required to source this position.
Councilmember Peduri, through the mayor. Yes, that's correct. So while we really enjoy benefiting from Mr. Sador's expertise and his contributions, we were trying to fill the senior planner position from which we are drawing the funds to pay for that contract through a permanent city employee. We were unsuccessful. We've had a challenge in every single recruitment. It's not just Pacific Grove, it's all the cities in this area. We are going out for recruitment for a permanent full-time community development director. We're using a recruiting firm to do that. We anticipate that we'll find someone qualified for the job. In the interim, the current community development director is a working planner on top of leading the department. And so I'm just trying to explain a couple of things. So that's why Mr. Keel is a building official. He's not a planner. He is certainly familiar with planning, the processes, the requirements of it. He's been in this department on a contract basis through the city of Monterey, then later Four-Leaf for 15 years. So one of the things that I like about Mr. Keel is he knows when he doesn't know something, and he will be the first to tell you that he understands planning and the processes, but he is not a planner himself. And so that's why we're recommending a planning resource through Four-Leaf. The planning resource that we have identified is highly qualified. She is in a principal planner expertise level. However, she does not want to be the director, either interim or permanent, of the department. She's made that very clear. Mr. Sador has also made that very clear. He is not interested in that. So yeah, there's a labor shortage. Also, not everyone wants to be a director. There are many people out there that want to be senior members of a department, but might not want to be out in front. We experience this. So anyway, this is the challenge that we're presented with. The time is of the essence. That is why this is coming to you tonight. We hope that the labor shortage ebbs, but it is something that we're dealing with across the board. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. When was the last time, I understand contracting out. I understand contract services. And so for me, when I initially saw this, I asked myself, is this the type of employer that, that the city of Pacific Grove wants to be, or we're just like this sort of like permanent contracting out in almost an entire department? When was the last time like staff looked at the cost of, I guess, 15 years of contracting out the planning department versus what it would cost to have staff? If you could answer that.
So Mayor Pro Tem McAdams, to the mayor, we have not actually done that type of study that you're describing. The building and safety component is the part that has been historically contracted out. It's only been recently that we've contracted out components of the planning division of the department. We do have two permanent full-time planners on staff, Ms. O'Halloran, Mr. Othen, and Ms. Hunter is also, that they're all three planning currently. And it is the desire that when the new director is hired, this person will be a full-time city employee and a working planner as well as a director. That is, so you'll have, and then we would also like to again, and we haven't determined a date for this, go out again for the senior planner recruitment, the one which Mr. Sador is currently filling. But we've been, one of the things we do when we consider something, we look in the region and we see who else is conducting recruitments, and we check in with them. We see how their take is and make a determination. Okay, are there enough people out there that we can go to, or has it been exhausted, or are they finding anybody? And that's, I think I've shared some email with the council from my colleagues in the region. That's the problem. People are coming to us saying, hey, have you done a planner recruitment lately? We got nobody. Did you get the same? So.
Thank you. So I think for me, especially when we're talking about our community economic development department, and RENA, right now we're expected to be building a lot of homes. And I look at the recent projects and there have been some mishaps. So for me, when I see our city in the future, I really hope and strive to support salaries and permanent staff that are invested in our community, that don't have 8 other, clients that they're also trying to manage and et cetera. So I think it's really important, for us as a council and as an employer, we need to be thinking about that. And of course, I understand that there is a labor shortage. And that is a different conversation, but just for big picture, when we're talking about the potential building and construction that will be taking place in our neighborhoods and potential affordable housing projects and, developing the downtown, I would really encourage that instead of, I always say you get what you pay for. And, we could be paying top dollar for consultants and contractors, or we could be, making that investment in full-time employees. So obviously this is very expensive, but like what Mr. Harvey has said, there's not any other options before us. So I will be supporting this unless I hear some great ideas from my colleagues.
Mr. Harvey. Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to jump in. I just wanted to play off something that the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. We are going to be coming back to the council with a recruitment and retention proposal. It's very comprehensive. One of the big challenges we face in this area, the Mayor Pro Tem hit on it, housing is hugely expensive here, and that is a major recruitment deterrent. And so it's, especially with these senior level positions like a director or a senior planner or principal planner, people are established, and when they look at coming up here, the first thing they say is, well, are you going to pay me any type of relocation expense or any type of housing benefit? We don't currently have the ability to do that. So the answer is no. So we're really just poaching from the area or hoping to get lucky that somebody maybe had a significant other or spouse that needed to come here and they came along. So anyway, we're going to be bringing a document, trying to really think big picture, out of the box. How do we really change this? And you're right, it is going to probably just cost some money, but it is an investment. And I think it will ultimately long-term yield some benefits, but that's a big picture item. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And my comments for this item are, in line with what we've kind of already heard already. I wish the circumstances and situation was different, but they're not. And I do think there's some great work being done to try to work through this challenge that is affecting many industries and many businesses with finding talent and retaining talent. The Four Leaf, speaking of talent, I think Four Leaf has done a great job as a consulting company, and I'm thankful for them as an option to be able to approve this contract amendment for now until we can, switch to hire people more full-time, which I do think is the preference for the majority of council. One thing I'll hit on is the tree permit audit that they'll be doing. I'm excited about that and look forward to hearing more about the updates that come from that. I'm ready to make a motion to authorize the contract amendment, Mayor.
We still have a few other people to speak. Why don't you just hold that thought?
No problem. It's hard to see you guys, so I can't tell if
Okay, we can't see you. We can see your smiling photograph, but we don't see you either.
Oh, okay. Great. Thanks.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Community Development Department is certainly one of the most important departments that we have as far as interacting with the public. They interact with the public during a very stressful time, typically when they're dealing with permitting and financing. It's a very stressful process to be going through. And we do need to have staff that shares the values of our communities and provides the service that we would expect to offer our residents during a stressful time like that. And, dealing with the cost, I believe for fiscal year 2021, we spent about $860,000 for Four Leaf. And I believe that only represented 3 employees, I think, or three staff members of Four Leaf. So when we add this 230, we're well over $1 million into Four Leaf for providing contract services for our community development department. It's a lot of money. I do think we would prefer to have in-house staff, but I do recognize, of course, that you just can't snap your fingers and have that happen. So this is a conversation, excuse me, that we're going to have going forward. And whether it comes up as part of our budget or whether that's this retention and recruitment policy or program that we're going to be discussing, this is something that's going to have to come back. And then, in addition to Four Leaf, we're also paying Mr. Sador's company close to $140,000 a year. So a lot of money is going out for contract employees. I understand this is something, in the interim, but I have a problem with the choice. The person being selected to take over for Ms. Hunter. So I will not be supporting.
I have some concerns about this particular item. Let me start with the obvious. There is I won't beat this drum too much about not having a contract in front of us. So I'll just ask Mr. Harvey, is the scope of work and the term of this proposal the task order that you've attached to the agenda? Because the term is through end of June of this year, the end of this fiscal year. And then the amount seems to match. It's 196,960 plus 15%. So is this the scope of work and term?
The term, Mr. Mayor, the term may be needed to be flexible somewhat because it's going to be based upon when we're able to land the permanent director. So it's going to depend on availability somewhat. It could be more, it could be less than this. It also could depend a little bit on the need. Mr. Keel is a fixture in the department. He knows the personnel there. He has an established relationship with them. So he doesn't need to ramp up to get to know them and to understand what they're working on and so forth. So we may need to move beyond that June 30th date, depending on the results that we receive. We may need to have less of this, depending on what ends up being required. But this is our best estimate at this point. Thank you.
And thank you for that. And thank you, Councilmember Coletti, and yourself and I exchanged a number of emails and a lot of information. We did not share that with all of council, but it was a lot of good information. The more information I got, the more questions it raised as to, how does this all work? And I'm hearing similar type questions from my colleagues. And I went back and I looked at the community development staffing, authorized staffing is 7 3/4 people for this year. And so I'm looking, we're short of that, obviously. And I'm wondering, are the consultants backfilling those particular authorized staffing positions, or are the service? I'm not clear on actually how the system works when we have so many consultants, whether they're actually filling a particular authorized staff position, perhaps Joe Sidor is, and then others are like building services, they're the services line of the budget, right?
So that's correct, Mr. Mayor. The authorized positions are planning, code enforcement, housing, and administrative in that department. The building and safety function is entirely contracted out. And it should be pointed out that it is a large contractual expense, but remember, a good portion of that is reimbursed by the fees that are charged. So that needs to be pointed out. It's a huge contract, but it's also a huge reimbursement. So Mr. Sidor is backfilling the authorized senior planner position. And what we're proposing to do is have a building and safety function employee, Mr. Keel, serve on an interim basis in the authorized capacity of the community development director.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
When I look at the budget for the community development department, the services line is twice the cost of the staff. And so I think it would be very helpful. You mentioned coming back to council to discuss a recruitment program. Would be come back and explain, and maybe this could be part of the budget, is to understand or help us understand the personnel side, the cost side, and how you make it work. And I realize it's not so simple with this fluctuating workload that is reimbursed. So at that time, it would be great to learn more about how does that work. And I understand that having consultants like Four Leaf gives us that extra flexibility, and maybe we can, you can help explain to us in the future just how this is going to work, particularly for next year's budget, and that's going to be coming up pretty soon. So, yeah, this is a stopgap measure. I'm not real thrilled, but I don't see a way around it. And I hope that this is nearly $250,000. So this is not a trivial amount of money that you're asking for approval.
Mr. Mayor, a good portion of that is going to be reimbursed.
I know.
About half of it. Okay, just want to
Thumped
make
that
sure.
drum many times
Okay.
already.
Okay, want to make sure you're
Um,
aware.
And after we maybe do a little bit of the fee schedule study, we'll be more confident that we are getting fully reimbursed. And maybe we need a discussion on just that point. Like, here's the revenue side. We hadn't talked about that. And so again, maybe that's part of that budget discussion. So would rather like to see a contract here, or but I think chewed upon it enough and need to move forward. Okay, Councilmember Tomlinson, you wanted to make a motion.
Yes, I will make a motion. Let me pull it back up here to authorize the city manager to approve a contract amendment with Four Leaf and Inc. not to exceed $230,000 for services related to all 5 things listed on the agenda report. I won't read them off.
Second.
Do we have a second?
I heard a second, but I did not catch. Was that Councilmember Baduri?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And a vote, please.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Baduri,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Coletti.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-1-1. Councilmember Emilio absent, Councilmember Coletti dissenting.
Well, now on to our last item, which is 12C cannabis. Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't believe it's the last item. A virtual high five to all of you. Sandra, could you just pull up the deck if you can?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And if you could advance to the next slide, please. I'll go in relatively fast order here. But I just wanted to call out why are we here discussing this today? There is, for decades, there has been a long underground market related to cannabis and cannabis related products. And this illegal business has really, it paved the way for Proposition 64 to essentially pass. And that's what came about in 2016. And since 2016, what has happened? Can we flip to the next slide, please? So around us today, we have cannabis retail storefronts in Seaside, in Carmel, Delray Oaks, Marina, even Salinas, etc. But really focusing on the cities which are bordering us or near us. What has happened is since 2016, with these cities having retail storefronts for cannabis, they're capturing all the sales that are going in the 2 cities which are devoid of retail storefronts today, that being Pacific Grove and Monterey. And so Seaside, for example, has 7 dispensaries today. And this is pulled in from their report, which is their receipts tax history. They're projecting $1.3 million in cannabis sales. And really the intent of this exercise is for us to cut away or take a sliver of what's going on there, because that belongs to the city of PG. Next slide, please. And so from a revenue driver's perspective, who are actually the users here? So primarily, this is tourist traffic, and that's really the key. There are residents, there are delivery services today, et cetera, but they're driving the revenue related to cannabis. And when you think about the what of this, that's taxes primarily. But there are fees too. You can assess fees for applications. You can assess, some cities are assessing fees for monitoring these services. So we can think of many fees that are there, but those all together build up the revenue. And one of the other things that has happened of late is Assembly Bill 45 has passed, and that taxes hemp-related products. So any hemp or hemp derivatives, think of like a cake or maybe some oil. There are even products for pets that hemp can be used in, and that are being sold. But this is a market that is expected to grow and is really going to contribute to the revenue driver in the future. So all these like contribute to the revenue.
Councilmember Pedori, can you hear me? Well, folks, it appears we've lost Councilmember Pedori. Well, before we used to take a 2-minute technical break.
He's going to try to log back in, I think.
Yeah. Sandra, do you have these? You have these slides, right?
Yes.
Maybe this isn't your screen.
No, Deputy City Clerk is sharing the screen.
Oh, okay.
There he is.
My
Councilmember Pedori.
apologies. Are you guys still there?
Okay.
Yes, the hotel decided to renew its nightly rate right now. So what I was getting at is the revenue drivers. Hopefully we're catching the slides here, but what I was talking about was AB 45 is a future taxable revenue item that we need to consider, and it's for a lot of hemp-related products. Next slide, please. So how are we going to capture this revenue? And really, the intent would be to establish storefronts near the edge of the town, not necessarily within the town, but at the edge of the town where there will be a lot of tourist traffic. So the ideal locations would be Monterey and Pebble Beach, and really, to be blunt, that's what it is. Like tourism, just like how we get TOT revenue today. That's going to be the main revenue driver here. Next slide, please. And so I listed in this map a couple of locations that would be ideal for us. I took a couple of stickers. My kids would probably put some different kinds of smiley stickers there, but these are really at the edge of Monterey and really close to Pebble Beach really would be the ideal spots. And this is the commercial zone district. So one of them is the industrial zone, the other is the commercial zone. So I've placed a couple in there, but it's this council's decision on where it will land up finally. It is also dependent on even if we consider a certain zone or district, whether a a business is ready to actually have a dispensary in that location or not. So there are other factors that are here too. Next slide, please. So really, what are the next steps here? The next steps are we need to prepare a couple of ballot measures here. One being an advisory measure to establish up to two storefronts. And again, the intent for creating up to 2 storefronts is really to capture revenue. So the market as it is, like Seaside, for instance, with 7, that's really high. So the market is to some extent saturated, where tourists are driving businesses to other cities. So the intent would be to have those tourists shop within PG. So the 2 storefronts together with the 6% over there will help us capture the revenue that we're looking for. And it's not necessary that we, when we say 2 storefronts, that we're going to immediately implement 2 storefronts or have 2 storefronts in town. This gives us the ability in the future, if with 1 storefront, we're not capturing the revenue that we're getting, potentially that means that a storefront needs to be established in a spot where we didn't think of before. The other item here is that we need to prepare the accompanying ordinance. And so council approval is required for both. And we need to complete these activities 88 days before the ballot deadline. So that comes to the August 3rd council meeting. Next slide, please. So the recommendation in front of you today is to direct staff to essentially contract with HDL to get the items going. So the intent is to enter into a 6-month contract with HDL for consulting work not to exceed $15,000. HDL has been doing this, from what I understand, for a lot of cities within California. They're also on top of items where recent regulations have passed. So the intent would be for them to examine what we've prepared, add any other additional commentary that they have, and then this comes back to council for final blessing. Next slide. Any questions? And I know, Mayor Peak, you had a couple of slides that you wanted to share. Happy to do it now or later, either way.
Why don't you go ahead and share them?
Yes, Sandra, if you could pull those up too, please. Yeah, go. So Mayor, did you want to comment on this or?
This is showing, yeah, if you could slide it down. This is showing what's called on the slide buffer zone by state law. Retail cannabis cannot be within 600 feet of a school. I don't know who prepared these maps. I borrowed them off of staff prepared them. So these are, as opposed to Councilmember Pedori's map where it showed, happy faces where retail shops could be held. This type of map shows where they cannot be located. And so we discussed 600 foot, that's the minimum, could be more. Could you go to the next slide?
No,
and I took this also from a prior staff report. And this is, well, you can read it for yourself. 6%, 360,000, assuming 1 storefront. Of course, this is 2 years ago. And cannabis prices have dropped dramatically. So this is probably very or overly optimistic. Anyhow, just wanted to share that. Okay, I think we're ready for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Telephone number 9290.
Yeah, I think that's me, Jill Cleese. I don't know why I come up with that number. But Mr. Pedori, I have seen you all night on 1/3 of my screen, which I find very interesting. I've seen blue sky timer, which takes up 1/3 of my screen. And I've seen a postage stamp of the city council, which seems highly skewed at best. I'm staying up late. It's what, 9:37 at night. You're bringing this up. And I know exactly what you've had to drink tonight, Mr. Pedori. And the water, the coffee, everything. How many levelers on your screen? I'm saying this is not the right time to bring up something this
Okay,
crucial.
Ms. Cleese, do
It's
you have any
not-
comments on cannabis?
I apologize for that. I'll come back to point. I'm just so upset with this because this is the wrong time to bring this up with transparency. If you Google it, the federal law does not permit marijuana. And at this point, state law, federal law does not coalesce. Mr. Pedori, at one point in time with the pot issue, did say only one pot shop. And now we're talking about revenue. We've seen total slides for revenue. It's not revenue, it's a drug. It's a drug that can be sold illegally. And if this is brought before the ballot, before the people, there were only 3 or 4 signatures that were missing for the resolution. And why is this being brought up late night, so last minute? And so it has to have a deadline of August 3rd. That does not seem right. This is not transparency. I should not be up this late. I've got to teach school kids. They have to have a talk from their PE coach about how to stay away from drugs. It's not revenue. It's not cotton candy. It's a drug. It's still a drug. And we have to protect our children. And you can keep it a little bit away, but it's not about enticing tourists to go buy from our pot shops versus another pot shop. And if you need medical marijuana, okay, fine. That's fine. Bring it in. What's wrong with 5.5 miles to go get their medical marijuana? And if you research it from a standpoint of revenue, you'll see it doesn't bring in that amount of money because the money still has to be laundered because it's not federally approved. Until those two unities match, we should not bring it into our town. And this should not be brought up so late. So thank you very much. I think the slides need to be more balanced. I think I need to see more city council members, and I hope that is changed because it's not fair balanced to see the screen presented this way. Thank you, and I'm sorry I went off point at Target.
Thank you.
Debbie Beck?
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council again. I would like the subcommittee to provide more data on the cost for cannabis in today's market, not rely on HDL for potential sales tax revenue. If the numbers that you provided on your screen, those would equate to a dispensary doing $375,000 monthly. A neighboring business recently shared with me that cannabis can be purchased for $300 per pound, and this is keeping cannabis buyers from paying higher prices at a dispensary. I was also told a person can grow up to 9 plants at their home. So who do you see shopping at a Pacific Grove dispensary? You mentioned tourists, but why are we so focused on tourists near Pebble Beach? Monterey approved 3 cannabis dispensaries, which means they'll probably have one in the new Monterey area, which would, again, not benefit Pacific Grove because you would have a dispensary in that area. And that brings a total of 13 to the Monterey Peninsula. I think we focus on new businesses that attract locals and tourists and not a dispensary. I also know that the city does not need to agree with the 600 feet buffer zones, that the city can create their own buffer zones. And I would encourage the council to say 1,000 feet buffer zones from schools and childcare centers. Also, in my earlier comments about needing childcare centers, if we allow these dispensaries to go into place with these buffer zones, then how do we allow childcare centers to be in that area as well. We don't. So then we have to eliminate childcare centers. And in doing the math from the spreadsheet that Mr. Padori just presented of 1.3 million in Monterey County that they receive from taxes, that would only equate to $100,000 per dispensary. So this 300 to 315, 360 $1,000 is so skewed. Again, I just don't see how we're even going down this road again. Also, the city manager stated earlier that we are one of the few cities that will survive in another pandemic. Do we really need this $50,000 to $100,000 in tax revenue? I just don't see it. I hope you agree that we need to put this cannabis license to rest. That is not needed in Pacific Grove. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrence and Doimer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and council, I think that what all of us have been asking for, notwithstanding the last two speakers, has been to put it to a vote of the people. Well, this is getting to the point of getting a vote of the people. It is at least following process. I was surprised to see the up to 2 dispensaries because Pacific Grove is small. We could only possibly have 1. So this up to 2 is unrealistic. Seaside is creating their own dispensary row instead of cannery row. And many of those shops are not even going to survive because they all pretty much sell the same thing. And it's all way higher than the illegal market that this was supposed to replace because it got taxed and feed and whatever. Yes, it has certain products that I used medically before anyway, and I still will probably have to drive over the hill to the one place in Carmel that has it. And so for this senior who is, yes, uses medically cannabinoid products, I probably won't even use it here. Your revenue and HDL is pie in the sky. I don't think they're the right company. I mean, I haven't been impressed with pretty much anything they've done, but that's neither here nor there. But truly, a vote of the people, yes, but only 1. Be realistic. And I would even suggest lowering the tax to 5. Because that's what all the other places will be doing too, because it's just not there. But it's up to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jane Haynes.
Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to talk about the pros or the cons of cannabis or the revenue or so on and so forth, but I do want to say I'm disappointed in the process. I was hoping that Pacific Grove would have a process like Monterey did. Reading from the Monterey website, a printout that I made of the Monterey website, they had a 6-step process. From September 2020 to February 21, that's 5 months. They decided whether or not they wanted to go forward with this idea of a study and so on and so forth. From February 2021 to April 21, that's 9 months. They call it decision point to decide whether or not there was consensus for going forward. The 3rd step was step 3, preparing for a launch. And they're at that step right now. It took them 10 months to get there. Then let's see, step 4 will be the launch. Step 5 will be they'll monitor and regulate, and step 6 will be they'll review and they'll review. We haven't had any public participation on this, and I know it's too late now. It's almost pointless to say it, but I am so disappointed that Pacific Grove didn't have a process that involved the public the way Monterey did. We had that aborted attempt back in 2017, and we're just not involving the public again. So I just want to express my disappointment. I realize it's not going to do any good, but anyway, it's not the way I would like for my city to proceed. That's all.
Thank you.
Marcia?
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, city councilors. My opinion is different than what Councilor Paduri has presented. Two-thirds of California cities do not have pot shops, so we would not be odd in not having pot retail. So HDL may be helping some cities, but not lots of California cities. The approval of pot shops is actually approval of a market for illegal pot sales. That's who you will be inviting to PG jurisdiction. In fact, the governor has indicated he wants to increase policing of illegal pot sales because it has sprung up, it's increased in cities that have pot shops. So keep that in mind. Our police department is shared with Seaside from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So if things go down with illegal pot sales, they're not going to be around to help, or they'll be around 15 to 20 minutes after a call is made. I am concerned that there's been no input from PG School Division Administration. As I recall, when we did have a discussion of this, what was it, 2019 or whatever, the school division members that did speak up were vehemently against pot retail shops. I think they should be invited for their input again, particularly with the death of the teenager from fentanyl. I'm not sure if any of you heard the Chomp Doctors address parents, but the Chomp Doctor said that illegal pot is often contaminated with fentanyl. And the Chomp Doctors actually recommended that Narcan be distributed to households in PG for harm reduction. So we really want to build a market for illegal sales of weed. Poison Control has said there's been a surge of teen and children overdoses of
Marcia, thank you. Appreciate the comments.
Colleen Ingram.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. And thank you for bringing this back to council. I do want to just say before I make my statement that a lot of the discussion about illegal marijuana, illegal pot and fentanyl is going on at a time where, we're just getting over this legal pharmaceutical pandemic in our country. So keep that in mind. Happy 420 Day. I didn't realize that this was a significant day for cannabis, but I went to Big Sur Botanicals in Carmel today to find out there was a celebration. And if you think cannabis shops or pot shops are head shops full of young stoners or curious tourists, I think you'd be surprised to see the clientele that shop at this professional establishment. Regardless of recreational use, there's a valuable benefit to having a cannabis shop in our town for those of us who find botanicals to be a valid treatment for a variety of conditions. The city greatly benefit from the tax from such purchases. Both botanicals and fungi continue to be studied for benefiting those with depression, anxiety, PTSD, and diabetes, among other issues. It's also something that has been noted on the news in the last couple of days that there's a big surge in marijuana interest during COVID. And it's probably because of this new information found out about the helping with anxiety. I originally didn't think about having two shops in Pacific Grove, but it does make sense if you think about the different styles that are out there. We have how many different clothing shops? It's not just one clothing shop. There's different. You meet the needs of different populations. Big Sur Botanicals might not be as trendy as some places that you might find in Monterey. So you'd have different places to shop. And I also want to point out that we have 3 liquor stores in small Pacific Grove. And I don't know why people think cannabis is such a big issue and alcohol isn't when you're talking about the youth in our town. So I just wanted to bring this up. I do support this and I hope it goes through. And we are engaging in public participation when it's put on the ballot. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tammy Jennings.
Welcome.
Yes, I'm calling to voice my concern that PG is going to be making a mistake by putting in these cannabis shops when our area is so inundated right now with cannabis. I use cannabis. I am a medical marijuana user. I am for medical marijuana use. I do not believe that it is an outright horrible drug, just like other drugs are used for purposes. This can be used as a medical necessity, okay, for people. But I do not think that you should be making a decision about this for tax purposes only, when like I said, there are so many dispensaries in the area. I go into Carmel and I go into, I could go to Seaside if I wanted to, but I use Synchronicity Holistic in Carmel because they are a specific medical cannabis dispensary. Again, I am not a Pacific Grove resident, but I believe that there are too many dispensaries in our area right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tina?
Welcome.
Thank you. I've heard some conversations tonight about the dangers of illegal pot and how it's being mixed with other drugs. And I think that it's a red herring, because I think if you look at this from just a pure standpoint of stepping back, this is legalized, it's regulated, it's measured, it's dispensed out in doses that are clearly obvious. And in order to get into these establishments, there's 2 security checkpoints. You have to show an ID, you have to be over 21. And it just seems like a lot of people are saying no because they just don't want it here, but they're discounting the fact that this isn't, we're not talking about kids selling weed out of the back of a car. We're talking about a legalized, regulated, and measured product that will not only be convenient for people that don't have to drive to Seaside or Carmel, but they're also going to pay taxes in the city where we need it. I think it's interesting that people from other cities are calling here saying, we don't want it here in Pacific Grove when they're spending their tax dollars somewhere else. So I think putting this on the ballot is completely appropriate. I think we should let the voters decide. That's what we're talking about today. There'll be plenty of time for the community to have a conversation about it, because it's going to be a discussion from probably August until we vote in November. So let's put it on the ballot. I think having 2 stores is appropriate. There's not going to be a pot company that's going to come in and put up 2 stores if they can't make any money at it. So I think the market is going to then drive itself about where it needs to be and how many of it we need to have. I think personally we probably can only support 1, but I think we let the market take that where it takes it. But I think to say that it's going to create a dangerous situation is completely a red herring. You don't see that situation in Seaside or Carmel, where they already have dispensaries today. It's not like there's a big influx of crime around pot stores. So I think those are all issues that we'll deal with through the process, but I fully support putting this on the ballot and letting the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. I want to start off. I move to split the question. And may I have a second?
A second.
You mean the advisory vote and the tax measure? Is that the
Pardon?
split? You mean split it into the advisory vote and the tax measure?
Yes, it's written as, sorry, I lost my place here. Let's see. Yes, there's a number 1 and a number 2.
And just for clarity, can you describe what 1 and 2 are?
Yeah, so number 1 is to direct staff to prepare 2 measures for the November 2022 general election. And number 2 is direct the city manager to enter into a 6-month contract with HDL.
I'll second your motion.
Right. May I have a vote, please?
All right, Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmember Baduri.
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1. Councilmember Emilio absent.
Councilmember Coletti, I believe you had your hand raised first.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for clarifying. So back in 2020, we all learned that the residents of Pacific Grove didn't appreciate an ordinance, a recreational cannabis ordinance being established without their input. And a referendum was circulated. It was 3 signatures shy. Some will even debate those signatures were actually gathered. But at any rate, the referendum did teach us that we need to move slowly. And along those lines, I think there may be some maybe some misunderstanding about what the process is. So the proposed process. I think the proposed process is to allow the citizens to decide if they want to have a recreational cannabis dispensary allowed within the city limits. That's the advisory vote. So we're asking the citizens of Pacific Grove to tell us whether they want this use within their town. And I think that's appropriate. That's what the referendum intended to do originally. Although the referendum would have asked the citizens to vote on what I believe to have been a flawed ordinance to begin with. So I think we're at a good place now where we're simply asking the residents, do you want cannabis within Pacific Grove? That's the advisory vote. That's appropriate, I think. And I think also we want to move slowly on this. The referendum taught us that. And by moving slowly, I think that means starting off with one cannabis store only as part of the advisory vote. Once you add more, it's very difficult to claw back a permitted use. We learned that with short-term rentals. We've learned that numerous times. So I think a single cannabis dispensary should be part of the language in the advisory vote. We ask our residents, do you want to allow a single recreational cannabis dispensary? There'll be a lot of discussion about that. And certainly there's going to be a lot more discussion once the advisory vote occurs, assuming that it's approved. There will be months and months of process going forward. Mrs. Haynes mentioned, Monterey, and Monterey did have an outreach program. We chose not to have an outreach program because we wanted to have the advisory vote first. And there's no sense having an outreach program if you haven't gone out and asked the residents whether they even want it. So there will be an outreach program, assuming the advisory vote is affirmed. So all of the things that Monterey did, we're going to be doing too. So I only want to see a single cannabis dispensary asked for in the advisory vote. And I think I also want to see language for a proposed buffer zone included. And that would mean that a map would be included in the voter guide. That's something we talked about at the subcommittee. That was essential to let the voters understand where they would be allowed and how many. And if we get those two things integrated into an advisory vote, then I think let the residents decide. So that's where I'm at on that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So for me, I'm in no shape or form lured by inflated revenues. I think that we have to be realistic. And we, the council, represent the residents of Pacific Grove and not tourists. So, it's important, and I concur with Councilmember Coletti 100%. The actions that the council takes are guided by the community, are guided by the voters. So I too support going out to a vote of the people. I would like to add parks to the buffer zone. I didn't see those in the map, but I think that that is important. And I agree that to have the map in the ballot measure. And at this point, I am not going to be able to support engaging with HDL or drafting an ordinance related to cannabis program until after the vote and after there is some outreach. I think the city, we've already spent enough time and money on this topic and we haven't really gone anywhere. So before there is more time and money invested, let's hear from the voters. And then, once we know what the vote is, then we can engage with outreach and fine tuning, developing an ordinance that works for our residents. So thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm kind of along the same lines as my colleagues.
I think we do need to put this to the voters at this point. That's where we are in this entire process. So I'm in favor of that. I agree with Councilmember Coletti. I think it should be one storefront. In fact, I think there's only really one logical place for it down closer to the border of Monterey because of the foot traffic and the commercial zone down there. I think looking at the map that the mayor put up earlier, there's the high school, there's the David Avenue School, and then right in there, kind of on the border of Pebble Beach, I think is going to be really close to the schools where and all that traffic. And I think the voters here would not approve of that placement. So, I mean, I don't know how much we can actually place, but what I would do is put it to a vote, obviously for the advisory, obviously for the tax, those go hand in hand, and then A and B on one. And I realize we split the question as to HDL, so I'm not going to comment on that at this point, but I'd probably be okay with a map with a zone. I think that based on my comments, I don't think would impact that location down there by closer to Monterey would not have an impact or would not be impacted by any kind of zone. But I don't know. I think we're kind of limited on where we can place things. So those are my comments.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Pedori, for bringing this forward and giving us a clear way to vote or at least make a motion tonight. I think for the motion number one, I'll say, overarching, we've wanted this to go to a vote of the people. We tried it many other ways. I think I support that is our next step. So we put it on the ballot. I would like there only to be one, not two. And let's say the vote passes, that's when all the work will begin. So I would like to delay number two or vote no against number two right now, because just because the people say that we can, have a cannabis shop doesn't mean that we're going to. It doesn't mean it's at this specific location or the different rules or the way that we want to put it together. That's when all the outreach will come, and even then we might decide, okay, we have the ability to do it, but we're not going to. I mean, my understanding is the people voting are not actually voting to build a pot shop. They're voting for the opportunity to build a pot shop, the possibility. So someone correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that is what we'll be voting. The vote will be for, and I support that. Sorry, it's kind of late, but the one shop is where I'm at with this at the moment, and not engaging in a contract. So thanks.
I'm going to have a shot at it. Okay. I'm also thinking one shop. That's what council came up with. And Councilmember Pedori, I think, thank you for bringing this forward and working with the city manager on it. We've been talking about this for 3 years, so I'm anxious to just get on with this. And I think council has mentioned this a number of times where we just want to put this to a vote of the people. We don't need to survey it. There's been a lot of information out there. Maybe there needs to be some more information. I wouldn't want to discourage it, but we've heard so many different views on safety, impact on kids, on revenue, et cetera. There's a lot of information out there. Let's just get this out before the people. So we need to do two draft resolutions, because there's 2 ballot measures. And the way that this agenda report was written up, and I know our city attorney worked on it, as there would be an ordinance. And I believe, Mr. Laredo, you said there'd be a first and second read of the ordinance before this got put as a
Mr.
ballot.
Mayor,
Is that right?
if I may, the ordinance would be if you were going to go with the second implementing measure for the tax. If you are only going for an advisory measure, you may do that by resolution. You do not need a first and second read for that advisory measure.
All right. And I think the motion or the recommendation in the agenda report was the advisory measure and the tax measure. So we get two draft resolutions and the tax ordinance, right? Am I?
Well, if you, all that you, it's sufficient to do this as it's presented, to direct staff to prepare either one or two measures. And that's all you need to do now. If that includes the measure to implement a tax, then that would come back with a first reading. The advisory measure would come back as a resolution.
Before this goes to the elections department.
That's correct. All work needs to be completed and passed to the registrar by August 3rd.
Okay. Which brings me to my other point. We've talked about this so much. I feel like if we defer this for a few more months, we're just kicking this can down the road, and then we're faced with a deadline. So I'd like to see this come back to council in June. And I don't know, Mr. Harvey is.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. June is your budget month, and one thing we've been talking about in the advance agenda meeting is trying to make sure that's clear so that we can make it through that discussion. We can do it, but we're doing great tonight, but I'm worried. I anticipate a lot of discussion when you bring it back.
Well, and you can see my quandary. We'll kick it down another month, and then we're forced into the deadlines set by the election department. So it looks like there's a draft ordinance. I noticed, Mr. Laredo, you helped point out there is a small error in it, but we have a draft ordinance. Maybe
If
we
I may,
can
Mr. Mayor,
start
the
this.
staff work can be done by June. The question is, do you have time on your agendas? And I think you can work that out.
Well, I'm certainly all in favor of getting this before council and spending the time and not trying to rush it at the end. Let's do this right. I think that there's two if people want to know, or we want to know what people think about a cannabis, retail cannabis, we should give them the two pieces of information we've discussed, which is the number of shops and the buffer distance. And so the ballot question, I think, could be something as simple as, should there be one retail cannabis shop in Pacific Grove no closer than 1,200 feet from any school? Yes or no? I'm not sure we need to do a whole study. I'm certain we could wordsmith that better. The why did I say like 1,200 feet as a buffer zone? Because that also excludes downtown and pushes the acceptable locations for cannabis to what Councilmember Pedori and others have already stated, which is on the outskirts of town, be it on Central Avenue near Monterey or up Forest Hill. So, and then, well, then the second question would be, do you approve an ordinance 22, whatever, for a cannabis business tax no greater than 6%? Yes or no? And then we'll need, do we need some arguments in support or just explanations? We'll need a map. I'm hearing, I think a map is a good thing once we decide on a buffer zone, if we can decide on that.
Mr. Mayor, there will be some implementing resolutions as well, contract with the registrar, direction on terms of arguments for and against, and those timelines. But that would come back at the time that you authorize the ballot measures.
Okay, well, as you can tell, I'm like, let's cut to the chase and let's get on with this. And the reason, sorry to leave you in suspense for dividing the question, is number 2 is well within the city manager's expenditure authority and his discretion whether he needs or desires to hire a consultant. So I think it just muddies the water that we're directing the city managers to do something that it's well within his purview if he so desires. We've already seen quite a bit of David McPherson a few years ago. If he needs to come back, that's fine. If not, that's fine too. Mayor Pro Tem McAdams.
Thank you. I bring this up repeatedly. So if we're talking about one dispensary on the ballot, how are we addressing delivery?
This would not address delivery. Delivery is already occurring.
Right. But so that would come later as the cannabis program is developed, as far as how many licenses would be allocated for delivery services?
Delivery is entirely a different topic under the law, and there are limitations as to how the city can regulate that. That's not before us now. Certainly, we would research that at your request and come back to you with that. This second tax measure would, if it were enacted, would cause collection of tax on deliveries.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So we're not, our hands won't be tied if we approve, if one dispensary gets approved by the voters, that doesn't mean that we can only have one delivery service.
That's correct.
Okay, okay, perfect. But at some point, the city will be developing a delivery license and or some sort of program.
I'm not prepared to answer that question.
Sure,
We
okay.
would research that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think we're ready for a motion. Councilmember Smith.
Your Honor, I move that we direct staff to prepare two measures for the November 2022 general election for purposes of sales of recreational and medicinal cannabis. An advisory measure assessing support for the amendment of the Pacific Grove Municipal Code to allow not more than one cannabis retail storefront. And B, an implementing measure to impose a general tax on sale or delivery of cannabis and cannabis products, including hemp, to not exceed 6% of gross sales.
I'll second that.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could comment on the motion, I do understand that our instruction will be to weave in the buffer zone for schools into the advisory measure.
If the council's fine with that, I will accept that as my motion.
Yes.
And just for clarification, Mr. Laredo, it does say direct staff for two measures, but it also includes the ordinance, right?
That would be how that measure would be
implemented.
implemented. Yes.
Okay. Right, I think we're ready for a vote.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmembers Coletti.
Aye.
Paduri.
Aye.
Tomlinson.
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Emilio absent.
That brings us to the end of our agenda. Thank you, everybody from the public that have been participating here tonight, staff as well, and my colleagues. And congratulations, we finished the agenda. Well done. Good night, everybody. Meeting
Night.
adjourned.
Thanks. Good night.